Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the stream. You're here just in time. Thanks for joining. This is one of those Saturday streams they warned you about. I thought that it was illegal to stream today. Turns out it is. And the stream police are on their way now to shut down my channel for playing DMCA-able music that one time. Anyway, what's up everybody? We're gonna play some Kerbal today, just getting things set up on my end. Looking good. Think we're ready to start some gaming. Is this music from Citizen Sleeper? It is, yeah. It is. The game that we streamed the one time and liked it and then never went back to it. You know how it is. You understand. Hey, chat, guess what? We are almost at 69,000 followers. We only need 209 more followers total to get to 69,000. And then I humbly request that anytime that there's one extra follower, someone has to unfollow the channel after that so I can just stay there forever. By the way, I just wanted you guys to know, since you're all here saying nice about things, I wanted you to know how, Hi, by the way. You've influenced Alice, because now anytime the number 69 comes up in just the internet, she says nice now because of you. So, you've had a lasting influence. Good. Our power. You're corrupting innocent minds on the internet. Play Citizen Sleeper again. It's good and there's more content now. I'm sure it is. But it was it's one of those games that I think is better to play and not to stream. For sure. That's what you're supposed to do. It's simple manners. But yeah, getting close. But what about getting to 69,420? Okay, here's the thing. Elon Musk has ruined 69,420. Like, we still have 69, but we don't have the combo anymore. So, we have to stop there. Don't let him ruin anything. We can take it back. Can we, though? All humor from 2008 is forever enshrined in time. It's enshrined in the rich people of the world. The rich people stopped developing their sense of humor circa 2008, and there they remain. Time anyone but timing out for 10 minutes. El Dorito. Whoops. Goodbye. Hello, Avic. What's up? How you doing, Etal? Hope your weekend's been going well so far. It has. Yeah, I had a nice... Well, it wasn't a nice... It was as good a day off as you can get yesterday, while also being on the phone with multiple customer service representatives and being sent to robo response where you go through 7 steps where you have to carefully enter particular numbers, and every time you enter a set of numbers, the machine repeats them back to you slowly, like 6, 7, 4, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. Is that correct? Press 1 for yes. And so it's like, okay, boop. And then I got to the next screen, and I realized that I actually needed to go back one level because I needed to input some payment information, but I was wanting to change the method of payment, and you couldn't do that. Like, I sat there and let the thing loop, and it was like, input incorrect, or I don't remember what it was saying, but it was like, invalid input, and it would repeat the options, and I was trying to figure out how to go back just one single step so that I could change the last thing that I put in, and you couldn't. You had to hang up and start the entire process over. So I was just doing that for quite a while yesterday, but it's all resolved now. So what I'm hearing is my weekend has been literal hell, and I want to hurt people now. I do not want to hurt people, Avic. Unless, I don't even want to hurt Kerbals. I don't even want to hurt RimWorld pawns, you know? I just want everybody to understand that having to do things via the phone should have died when the internet became popular. Why can I not change information and make payments using the internet? Hello, Xenophanes. How's it going? I hate it when they make you call people. Yeah, it's... Dude, it was really bad.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
The timing. It was really bad yesterday, though, because the person I was talking to misunderstood my issue, and I explained it perfectly well. I won't go into details here, because you don't need to get into the nitty-gritty, but they misunderstood my issue, and decided for whatever reason that they were incapable of helping, and they needed to hook me up with a different hotline with a different company. I was like, okay, if you say so. And so they put me on hold, which is, you know, I'm a perfectly patient person on the phone. Like, I'm very nice, I'm very cordial. I am the opposite of ask for the manager type of person. Like, I'm just chilling. I understand your job. It's probably not very fun just answering phones all day and talking to people with no breaks. I get that. Listen, I'm a streamer. I understand what it's like to have to talk to people. Whoever phones in the chat, that's who I have to talk to. Like, I get you. We're on the same team. But then they called out this other company and then put me on hold. And every 3 to 4 minutes, they would chime back in and go, hello, Mr. Etau. Just making sure that, you know, we're still here. And is it okay if I put you back on a brief hold? It's like, yeah, you can put me on hold. You don't have to check in. They did that 8 times. I was on hold for 40 minutes. And every 3 to 4 minutes, they would just pipe back in. Hello, Mr. Etau. Is it okay if I put you back on a brief hold? It's like, I was already on hold. I'm already on hold. Just let me stay here in silence. And the hilarious part was after this 30 to 40 minute hold, they piped in the other person who was like, I'm sorry, I can't help you. This is actually your department. And it was a 3-way call. So I'm like very awkward, third wheel, listening to the first person I was on the phone with get told off by the other person that they called. It was like, nope, this is your department. You should be able to handle this. And they were just like, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mom and dad are fighting. Yeah. Every call center I worked at had that horrible check-in policy. Yeah, I hate that check-in. It's just, I'm totally fine just sitting here in silence until whatever happens, happens. So it was a total waste of both of our time because the person that they called couldn't help, period. And then they were like, oh, I understand your issue now. Like, because I had to re-explain my issue to the third party. And that's when they realized that they misunderstood the first go-round. So, it was resolved very quickly after that. And then I had to do robocallers. So that was my experience yesterday, but other than that, it was a good day off. Played a little bit of Snap, kind of just treading water in Snap until Monday. Monday's when the season resets and the new season starts. New card comes out. I'm excited for MODOK. Excited to lose 30 ranks and have to grind out again. Also, this month, we got about 20 days until all the games start popping out of the oven. Kerbal 2 coming in early access. I just sneezed twice. I guess I'm allergic to Kerbal 2. I am allergic to Kerbal Space Program 2. Early access. Very sad. Very sad. Give me one sec, chat. Okay, let's try that again. Hello, beginning of stream subs. What's up? El Dorito, who's somewhere in time out, who's back for 4 years and a month. Thanks for dropping the prime and coming back one more time. Professor Bones, also with the Alien Police sub for over 2 years. What's up, Bones? Thanks for the 5 subs and 1. Appreciate the $25 support. Watching from a smart TV, Comcast is the worst in terms of hold. Hello, smart TV viewers out there. I hope you're on like 70-inch TVs so that when I do this, I'm coming through the screen. I'm just gonna climb my way in. Anywho, we're gonna play some Kerbal today. I'm trying to finish the things that I want to do in this game before the second one comes out, and then we can kind of compare and contrast. I'll have a very recent familiarity with Kerbal Space Program, so I can actually tell you guys how it is when we get to play it. And we'll have to make some of our own missions in that, because I think it'll just be very sandboxy at the beginning when it first releases. Fewer objectives to start things off. Saturday stream! It actually doesn't feel like Saturday. It's a weird sensation. Is that Lego Starry Night behind you? It is, yes. Lego Starry Night. I might start one of these Legos tomorrow. I think I'll start a Lego. I've got a number of them. Avik, we're stuck in a time machine somewhere. But hope you're well, dude. And thanks for popping in today, hanging out. Glad you got some New Year streams and such under your belt recently, and I hope Humankind was fun. I need to check out Humankind again at some point. I am trying to remember, did we play Humankind? We did play Humankind. Chat, we only played Humankind for 5 hours, and I remember why. Because it was a very pretty game, and I actually really despised the combat. I remember it's the one that has that layered combat where the units stack on top of each other. Is that right? And then when you fight, instead of the usual turn-based isms of rock paper scissors gameplay, when it like zoomed you in and you had to tactically and strategically move each of the units around for advantage. And I did not enjoy that. That game's really surprising, because generally human is not kind. -2. Just made you want to play Civ, if I recall. Like, it had some things that were neat and interesting, yeah. But the combat rubbed me the wrong way. Playing with the espionage added in Humankind by the latest expansion, really enjoying the way diplomacy plays into the existing mechanics rather than just being an additional layer completely isolated from the others. That's fair, because that's definitely how it is in Civ, where diplomacy is sort of just like the World Council convening is sort of fluff. It doesn't really do much. I think that the way that the Galactic Council's handled in Stellaris is probably the best way that I've seen a multi-faction political setup. Because, yeah, the one in Civ does feel a little tacked on. I would agree with that. Anywho's, we're here. Let's jump in. Hi, Toxin Chat. Perfect game for me to watch. Hello, Galactic Turtle. You're here right on time. Why is our reputation only 27%? The UN is a bit tacked on and ineffectual. So you're saying that it's realistic. Is that what you're saying? Welcome back to our HQ. We're playing in the career mode in Kerbal. I don't know why I'm floating up here. Because there's no good place for the camera to be in this particular setup. I think it was just somewhere like this, unless we're on a mission. Because there's, in the VAB, there's like a bar to my right with staging. Anyway, we're playing the career mode in Kerbal, where we actually have to spend money. I don't know, why do we have so much cash? We didn't really do any missions, did we? We did do the one for the moon. Ooh, let's take the Explore the Moon mission. So yeah, career mode gives you objectives and contracts that you can fulfill for money, and you actually have to spend money on upgrading the facilities, and also you have to spend money building the ships, and failed launches will result in net loss of income for you because you won't get that money back. But last time we played, we had like 600,000. I think that the payday... Oh, we did get an Explore the Moon completed. That was 83,000. I think there was some more besides, but yeah. Let's do... An orbital station would be really fun. I don't know if we'll get to do that today, but I definitely would like to make a station. Conduct temperature surveys of the moon in 3 different areas of the moon. This is a big payday. Take some measurements. Let's grab that one. Let's grab Explore the Moon. Park 2 vessels next to each other around the moon. What could go wrong? We might be able to do that one as well. Repair a satellite. Do a scan with a rover arm in the grasslands. Do a simple scan with a rover arm in the moon crater. All right, we're trying to do that anyways. Finish construction of a rover on the surface of the moon. Wait, what? They landed a rover on the distant body, but it busted, so we have to like... So the rover's already there. You have to send an engineer, repair the rover, test drive it. No, I'm not gonna take a mission where you get to land a rover on the moon before I do. That's my thing. I'm trying to land a rover on the moon. I can't have the game cheat one in. That would take away from sort of our legacy. But yeah, we can spend our cash money on upgrades. We've fully upgraded the launch pad, so this has max vessel size and vessel weight. We can upgrade the VAB one more time so that we can have custom action groups and unlimited max parts. The tracking station can be upgraded. The spaceplane hangar and runway can be upgraded. The astronaut complex can be upgraded. Mission control can be upgraded to have unlimited contracts. R&D can let us store more than 500 science. That is a 1.183 million upgrade though. So I'm not sure what to spend my money on. I feel like the VAB is a perfectly acceptable upgrade, just unlimited max parts. So let's get the VAB fully upgraded, and then we'll save the rest of our cash money for now. Do we have anything else that we can afford? We have 109 science. How much is science here? This is 160. So we have everything that we can afford. And there's still quite a lot to unlock. There's significant amount of content in this game, and that's not even including mods. Chat. Hold on. What? I'm gonna refresh you real quick, okay? Don't. Oh no, I killed everyone in chat, and they're back. Does anybody? Are there any mods here? Mod check. My chat just changed the way that it looks, and now there's actually a button I can click to ban all of you, time all of you out, and delete your messages. And I don't want to see those buttons because it makes the chat look bad. Click it. No, it's individual. It doesn't do all of you at the same time. There's one next to each of your names. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Because this wasn't here a minute ago. Oh, hold on. See? These buttons? These buttons weren't here until just now. Click it, you won't. Click this. Alright. Chat, everybody type as fast as you can, and I'm gonna time one of you out at random. Go. And this one. That one. This one. That one. This one. That one. Okay, that was 5 people. Everybody get down. He's on a rampage. This one. That one. Now you. Got him. Oh no, that was someone saying, "Hi chat, what's going on?" They don't know. Okay. Oh, you're free. Oh no. Innocent bystander. That's collateral damage. Boom, headshot. You have to click on the sword icon. What? There is no sword icon for me. Okay, someone said what to do? I couldn't see through all that. Click the gear, then show moderation actions. Havoc coming in for the win. Show moderation actions. Okay. Did it fix it? I gotta refresh chat. Stalling for time right now, apparently. It still shows it. It is for sure disabled. I can show you, here's my moderation actions disabled. It's definitely a setting. Leaked. Leaked what? My chat settings? Oh man, this is gonna just make it really annoying. It's mod icons. Turn off. Hold on, hold on. Oh, it is mod icons. Okay. It is mod icons. I guess I should just click every button until I figured out what it was. Thanks. This is why I have you. This is why I keep chat and mods around to figure this stuff out for me, so I don't have to. Now, in R&D, the last few things that we researched, we have the ability to make decent photovoltaic panels. We've also been learning how to use the Cal 1000 controller, which I'll demonstrate again before we do anything else, because we've been building a rover, and we've now got the rover built, and it's hooked up to a ship that we're going to have to finish building, as I recall. So we've still got quite a bit of work ahead of us. We've got a weather analyzer that we're going to take with us to the moon. We've got some new deployable ladders. The cargo storage units and container modules, as well as extra EVA fuel cylinders that our astronauts or Kerbal-nauts can put in their backpacks so they have extra juice. You know, just in case they have to get out and push, for example. So the mobile processing lab, I kind of need to remember what this does. You can conduct long-term experiments and ongoing research with the data you collect in the field. Be sure to check back on your scientists from time to time and transmit results of the research home. Onboard testing facilities to certify astronauts for more advanced tasks can be used to increase Kerbal levels without returning to Kerbal Space Center. So you put a scientist in here and what happens? They scan terrains and biomes. Does this generate a bunch of science? Or is it a place to turn in science? Like, am I supposed to put this in orbit on like a space station? You put science experiments in there and it turns into more science and multiplies the value of stored science. So if we're setting up like a moon base, should I try using the mobile processing lab to take with us then? But we have to leave a scientist there. Science stonks, seems like. Okay, we just got some new command modules, including a brand new service bay. We're using the Mark II lander can, which is actually doubling as, we learned that we can use this as a rover because it has an alternate skin that makes it more like a vehicle that can put some wheels on it instead of being a round the boy. We've also got new inline reaction wheels, the Werner engine, which would be fun to play around with. We also got specialized construction, which has grip pads, which might be good to put on the rover if we haven't already. We've been using engine plates. We got the large engine plates as well. I'll show you all those things. New types of fuel and RCS tanks. New types of propulsion engines, and some of them are small. These are just situational. They could be good for a lander or rover. And then we have heavy rockets. These are the big boys, and I haven't really gotten to play with them recently, though I remember the twin bore in the past, but we need to explore all of these. Okay, so let's go to the VAB and show you what we got so far. Did we ever launch the rover last time? No. Also, why does the Kerbal music play the first time you click on the VAB? I don't know why. I can't figure that out. But thanks, Galactic Turtle, for the 9-month sub. What up? Welcome back. We've got the cheese platter is our work in progress. Okay, so this is just the top portion of the ship for all intents and purposes. And I'll show you what we were working on last time. So check this out. We figured out how to use custom actions. So on custom action 1, we have this guy right here, this Cal 1000 controller, and we have assigned, this is, I'm trying to figure out how to properly explain its purpose. The purpose of the Cal 1000 controllers are, you can assign a key press, in this case the number 1, and whenever we hit the number 1, it'll do any of the actions that we have prescribed to this controller. So in this case, we've got this controller hooked up to all of these maneuverable wheels underneath what is our rover. So, if we go to the launch pad, Cal 1000, any relation to HAL 9000? Who can say? Who can say? So because of the work that we did, let's hide the UI. I can't really scroll down enough, but watch the wheels. When we hit the number 1, my lander unfurls all of its wheels and can be deployed so that it will land on its suspension, and when we hit number 1 again, it will carefully retract all of them, and it folds them up in such a way where they do not stick out from the sides so that they can be hopefully tucked in and not clip through the rest of the ship here. We can put, you know, structure to make it aerodynamic and whatnot. So it's kind of hard to get the camera down there, but you can kind of see it. It's a combination of hinges and the rotational servos. Are these the stinky wheels or the cool wheels? I think they're technically, I mean, they're rover wheels. So they'll get the job done. The brakes on them aren't good, but we've actually timed each of these wheels individually to you'll see that one goes first, for example, to avoid clipping and to make it look better. But yeah, it's fun to set these animations up, and the game actually makes it quite easy to do. And I think Smilk had to help us figure out how to do that. You basically create animation keyframes. Your rover curls its legs like a dying spider, yes, but it starts curled and then it becomes alive. So it's an undead spider. But yeah, if we look at actions and select the Cal, actually we'll do custom group 1, then the Cal controller. Oh no, did I just undo? Don't save that, it's fine. Do not save this craft. What's the undo button? Just Control Z? Chat, does Control Z undo group action choices? I don't think it does. That's okay, he won't stop pressing the button. I gotta remind myself how to do this. There we go. Okay, so when you click on the Cal 1000 controller down there, now we can see all of the different things that we've queued up. Here's the track editor. So these are basically keyframes. And each one of these green lines is an animation. So the first pip is where we want the given object, in this case the rotational servo, to start and where we want it to end, where we want the hinge to start, where we want it to end, and we can use this for timing. So we set the entire animation to be 5 seconds. And you can see as we scroll through, this is how we customize. Why is this all wrong? Why are these all off, chat? I have never understood what Control Z actually does in this game. You're only looking at the servo and not the hinges. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna test it one more. Yeah, I'm gonna test it one more time just to make sure, because we were on the cheese platter autosave. Okay, let's do one more. Let's do one more test on the launch pad and make sure this works the way we want it to before we start building on it, because that'd be really awkward, wouldn't it? To be like, oh yeah, everything's fine, and then build the rest of the shuttle, land it on the moon, and then figure out that everything's busted. Okay, yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Also, this is like my favorite song from the Citizen Sleeper soundtrack. So I'm gonna repeat this one at least once before we move on. Is the moon base going to be set up around Bobford's summer home? Maybe somewhere around there. Maybe. Okay. So let me show you what we have of the rest of this. We need to take this off and then scooch it up because we have a full big ship to design. This is just the top section. So let me give you a rundown of what we have. So at the very tip top is a launch escape system. This is basically a rocket-powered device. These are the thrusters here. And in case of an emergency, these will fire off and rip the top section off of the rest of the shuttle in order to try and save the crew, basically. Now, here's my question. How does it know how far down to rip? Like, how far will... Because here's the thing. This is the actual section, these windows right here, this is where the crew is. You set it in the abort action group. You decouple the bit you want to detach. Okay, so this is a good question to ask right at the beginning. In the abort action group, how do I set this under the group actions? Let me see what some of these are. You'll need a decoupler. Yeah, I mean, I figured that, but you just set a decoupler to decouple, not the actual sections you wanted to rip. Okay, that makes sense. Where is my decoupler? My decoupler is, this is a stack separator here, but I guess if it's just for the sake of the crew, then we just want a decoupler like right in here. What size do we need? Not that size. It's got to be like the TD25. Which side does a decoupler stick to? Bottom of the arrow side. Okay, that makes sense. It pushes that way. So, if we put a decoupler here and then go to actions, and then select the abort action group, click on the decoupler. Do I do toggle same vessel interactions? Or it should be enable or toggle should be the same. Is there, oh, there's a decouple button. There's a decouple button. Okay. So how do I activate the abort action group? But anyway, as far as the build process goes, underneath the launch escape system, we do have an engine plate here, which below the engine plate is a Mark 16 XL parachute. So, the engine plate itself has a decoupler, right? And therefore will kick off the launch escape system when we don't need it anymore, and then reveal a parachute for re-entry. So that way when we come back in, this parachute can deploy and slow us down. And it's a very big parachute. Backspace or the big red button at the top of the screen in flight. Okay. It's Kerbin time. Hello, I am that cat. Thank you for the 10-month sub. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. Just Lars says, let me try again. Hi. What's going on? We're running down what we've got so far, and then we're gonna try and add to this, because this is just a top portion of the ship. So, launch escape system, we just figured out how to actually make it work. Sure. It's attached to a hidden shroud. We can decouple this when we don't need it. It'll reveal the parachute. And then below that is an advanced inline stabilizer. This thing will help us rotate the ship in a number of situations, not requiring thrust to do so. That's just a genius device. Then we have a Rockomax brand adapter. This is essentially just a structural piece to give aerodynamics to the rest of the ship, because if we take this off, you'll see that our primary lander can is just a big flat boy. Now, we could do a thing where we try and decouple the Rockomax brand adapter as well in order to shave weight. But again, the parachute is up here, the stabilizer's up here, so I'm just gonna keep the dunce cap on, I think. And let that just help us with atmospheric exit. Then we have the Mark II lander can below that. This is where the crew is actually going to sit. We should have 2 spaces, I think. One for Bobford, one for Bill. We'll see how we want to do this, because we were discussing some options before about not sending a pilot on this mission and just sending a scientist and an engineer and letting the pilot be an AI, basically. So that's one option. You'll notice that this thing does have some pretty cool pockets. We got some doors here that are openable and closable. And we have stowed a few just science experiments. We've got mystery goo containment, the barometer, the thermometer, an experiment storage unit, so we can put all of our science experiments in here for safekeeping. And then on this side, we have the Cal 1000 controller. We got room for other things if we want. Maybe batteries could go in there. It's probably a really good spot for batteries, except we've kind of already put the batteries in this thing so that we can take the Science Junior, though we could squeeze more batteries into this if we wanted to, or some other gear. Then below that is the cargo storage unit. This is a chamber that is going to have a lot of slots to put different pieces of gear. In this case, we got EVA science kits, repair kits, lights, and also the photovoltaic cells that we need to deploy on the moon's surface, as well as the experiments that we need to set down there in order to start generating science on the moon. You'll lose those when you decouple. We're not decoupling this unless there is an emergency. This is strictly for aborting the mission in the event of a bad launch. Otherwise, we're not decoupling this. Is the moon the final goal of this game? No. There's an entire solar system. The moon is your first or second step. Generally first step, but some people go to Minmus first, I guess. All right, so below the cargo storage, we have a heat shield, which you can see here, and then we have a stack separator that's going to eject in both directions, and this is what is going to deploy our lander, which we have loaded with some photovoltaic panels, its own little science experiments, rechargeable batteries on the side, and then a light scanning arm that can give us some new types of science, and I believe 2 people can sit in this as well. We put some headlights on it, and we've got retractable wheels that we built ourselves with 2 more big batteries underneath just to lower the center of gravity on this thing. And that's where we stopped. Okay, so the problem that we were having, and what we got a little bit stumped on, was figuring out what to put below this. Because the problem with this this wheel setup is that none of these are functional attach points. So like if I wanted to get a decoupler below that, it's trying to go in a very odd spot, and for all intents and purposes, Kerbal doesn't really care about the clipping, I think, but also I don't want to chance it, and I think it looks ugly. Because if we do an engine plate below this, then it has like a similar issue. It will care once they separate. Yeah, I think it'll care once they separate. Does the rover have an antenna? Maybe not. I guess it wouldn't hurt to put an antenna on it, though we shouldn't really need one. I thought that I did put like a communotron on there, but maybe not. Hopefully it's fine to just attach this as it is. Alright, let's do it somewhere in there. Maybe pull it out just a little bit. And that will steer clear of the scanning arm. We'll use those independently. But yeah, that looks pretty good. Kerbal doesn't care about clipping until it does. That's fair, yeah. So what is the engine plate variant? I mean, it needs to be larger than that, huh? How do I get this? I need it to go up and around the lander can, and it's just not gonna do that without having a fairing. So how do I'm trying to do the math on how this. You can close a fairing around a part instead of going to a point. I believe you, but I'm not really sure how to get that started. Well, these are cool. You need both the engine plate and the fairing. Okay, hold on. This is some learning. Let's try this. And then disable the shroud. What happens if we try putting a, where's payload? Airstream protective shell on top of this. Okay, I just realized how wide the outside is. And then we probably want that to be... It's fine. Is it, though? How do I end this? Oh, it has to... Does it have to close? How do I close it? It needs the blue close fairing just closer to the part. Wrap the entire rocket in the fairing. It's beautiful. I don't think the rocket condom is what we're going for here. A massive bullet. Okay, let's try this one more time. I'm trying to like... Make this make sense. The problem is the right-click button is both the move camera and the reset one stage button. Okay, chat says that it needs to be blue. Boom. Okay. How strong is the fairing, though? Like, this is just, for all intents and purposes, free floating, isn't it? Is the fairing strong enough to hold the rocket together with all the thrusts underneath it? The engine plate's the attachment. Yeah, but it's not attached to anything. I guess, okay, it's attached to the lander can, but the shroud will go away, right? The shroud is not a permanent piece. It's gonna decouple. You don't want the shroud. The engine plate should hold it, but you can use struts for immersion. Okay, that's fair. Let's do like a test. I want to see what this looks like. Let's take take a little launch stability test here. The doors don't matter for this. But yeah, I'll probably put some struts on it for RP. Nice clamp placement. Thank you. Okay, for science, a little bit of science. Like, that's not too bad of a... Just got some love handles, it's okay. So if we hit space... Let's, read... I forgot to disable... I forgot to disable the arms that are holding this together. Yep. I certainly forgot that part. Alright. The arms need to stay up. So we press space, that's what happens first. That's what happens second. Where is, okay, so this is what happens next. Chai, you want to test the suspension on this thing? How high is that drop? I don't think the wheels made it, but they cushioned the fall. It's actually great suspension. All right, let's test the abort system. So it's the red button at the top of the screen? Oh, you have to be in flight or backspace? I don't think backspace did what I wanted. Left of the altimeter. Oh, this. It's not doing anything. Did I already do it? You never bound the SRB to fire. Okay, well, let's go back into the lab. So, I need to do actions. The abort action group. The launch escape system. Toggle engine. Or activate. Is it toggle or activate? That's what these tests are for. This is why we test, yeah. Okay, activate engine. Confirmed. Let's save it. Let's test it. Did the wheels break from the fall or because the decoupler landed on top of them and exploded? See, I'm a little worried about that. Like, I don't like the fact that the stack separator is just gonna land on the rover when we deploy it on the moon. So chat, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just hit space and then use backspace at the same time. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Look at that! Why is it clicking? Can't deploy while stowed. Why is it stowed? The simulation has revealed catastrophic failure. Spacebar wasn't doing anything. It says can't deploy while stowed. Gotta up the APM. Revert to vehicle assembly. My actions per minute are not high enough. Why does it count as stowed? Oh, is it set to stowed because of the engine plate? Deploy mode, when safe, when risky, immediate. That's my guess, just a quirk of the staging. Should we go to actions maybe and then set the parachute to deploy chute as part of the abort process? I guess that can be dangerous when it's like very high. Unstow it in the abort action group. How do you do that? Definitely don't want it to say cut shoot. Second action group. Can you jettison the fairing from the engine plate? I mean, it's already set. Jettison shroud would be the option. Okay. let's I guess we'll do another test then. Let's see what happens. One year. What's up, CeeLo? Thank you for the year of sub. Happy 1 year. I am that cat also says it's Kerbin time. I think I saw you, but thanks again. It is indeed Kerbin time. All right, testing. So we're gonna drop this thing and then test the emergency abort sequence by hitting backspace. We're gonna go space first, backspace, flies away. It did not jettison the shroud. Well, I hit spacebar and then that happened. This time it worked. How fast did we just land there? Because I think I need extra parachutes on this. The shroud was stuck to the abort engine. 16 meters per second? Woo, that's too fast. Yeah, that is too fast. This is a heavy boy, and we're hoping to land with more stuff under this than that. So this is all very good testing. Okay, so parachute wise, what we got? What are the big boys? Is there a better way to hide these than just plopping them out here? mean, that doesn't look too bad, right? It's nice that it's the same angle. That looks pretty good. Okay, I think 2 extra chutes will be much, much better. Let's actually do the chutes on their own. Action group, staging here. Let's give this another test. Also, Closet, thanks for 20 months. We are simulating saving our Kerbals right now. That is a very cool system, though. All right, now we got 5 meters per second with just this bottom part. That seems way better. Very spinny, yeah. Very spinny. I probably should test how heavy it is with all the other stuff underneath that we want to land with. What's that explodey sound? It's a simulated launch abort. Okay, very good. And it seems that this Airstream engine plate setup will work. I'm gonna go ahead and strut it because I think that will look cooler. So the engine plate is the one that has the decoupler, right? But, let's do... It's hard to line this up. Doesn't have to be lined up. But it would be nice if it was at least a little bit. Alright, that looks okay. Oh, these are a little bit on the inside, huh? They kind of have to be, though. Alright, I think that's about as good as we're gonna get here. Why is this one not connected, though? There we go. Okay. 4 struts, plus we already know that these are gonna work the way that we set them up anyways. So that should be good. Are we ready to start working on the actual engine portion of this? Okay. Hey, it's Alex. What's up, Shadowlight? Hello, other people, Rivers. This is our biggest rocket yet. And, it's been a very fun build. Like, I feel like I've learned a lot about how Kerbal works, which is important, especially with 2 coming out soon, because we're gonna have a lot of just pieces to play with. Is this the Mun Base rocket? Yeah, this is the Moon Rover Mun Base rocket. But yeah, this has been a fun build. Let's get our first thruster under this thing. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do, because in order to land, we're gonna have to get very creative to land this thing, okay? Because, let me take you out to Launchpad and kind of explain. We have 2 options. One option is that we can do a suicide burn. Because when this thing shoots off... are the He's going. Drive. Abort! Did it work? Yeah, I think it worked. Did so well. My point is, you may notice that this doesn't have an engine, right? You might have noticed that there's no fuel or thruster underneath this bad boy. So you might be asking, how are we gonna land and deploy this? Well, I kind of want to build out, so we have like basically a quad thruster setup, and then we land, and then just bloop, like the lander pops out. The trick is taking a quad thruster setup. The distance is gonna be, well, it's gonna be interesting attaching it to this thing because of the fairing. I'm ready to make another 200K bet. How dare you? How dare you? I say let's start though by getting the main body of this thing attached. So the chat, is the engine plate... The engine plate needs a decoupler underneath it first. Like, we need multiple stages of decoupling on this. Because this decoupler should only happen once we're ready to actually show the lander can. Which I guess will happen actually. Okay, because it's fine to fly through space with this thing just revealed, because this is just to get us through atmosphere. So it's fine once we're in vacuum to just shed the engine plate weight and the Airstream protective shell and just keep the lander can attached. Yeah, I think that's fine. Every single piece of this ship should have its own decoupler. I agree. Beneath this, we're gonna have to start sorting by size, I think. Oh my. Are we going jumbo? I think we're going jumbo. Rockomax Jumbo 64 fuel tank. 2800 liquid fuel with oxidizer. Okay. We're gonna need a lot of juice to get this thing up. We're gonna need at least 2 of those. You want to make it orange? My problem making it orange is none of the other ship is orange. We'll make the next ship an orange. Okay? Okay, 2 Rockomax jumbo fuel tanks. Let's sort our engines by size as well. So our largest one is the Pollux. Oh no. Wow, the Pollux really doesn't look that big anymore, does it? So the Pollux has 1155 kilonewtons of thrust in atmosphere. We're definitely going to be relying on some solids. What do we have? Oh, the twin bore is new, so that does fit at the bottom, but that's not gonna, that's too much fuel for this much thrust. That's 1866 kilonewtons of thrust in atmosphere. That's much more than the Pollux, but it's gonna be carrying too much fuel. This thing has fuel in it though. This has 2800 fuel in it. Ah, okay. I gotcha. So how much does the Rockomax have inside of it? Also 2800. Okay, so it just is a Rockomax. So if we wanted to use the twin bore liquid fuel with its 1800 kilonewtons of thrust, which is much more than the Pollux, we could just do that. And that would work. We also have some new engines I want to take a peek at, if they're all of the relative same size. So let's just look at these real quick. Yeah, those are all large. Skipper is this a super skipper? It's a super skipper, and this is a different size. Okay. the smaller sibling of the mainsail, the skipper's power rivals that of large cities. Combining high thrust with reasonable efficiency, this engine excels when used as a mid-stage booster. It has an alternator. 568 kilonewtons in in atmosphere. It's got vectoring range of 2 degrees, so it can help steer. And its ISP is 280, so more number equals better efficiency with fuel. How's the Poodle? The Poodle is your thrust and vacuum. 250 kilonewtons of thrust and vacuum. So we probably will want another stage so we can, or we'll just use the Poodles up high. Yeah. That's a good idea, because this 250 kilonewtons in vacuum is okay for what I assume is good. Is this, wait, 350 engine ISP. It's really not that much better than the Skipper, but it is better. I love Vital talking about too much fuel when we know it'll end up another rescue mission once he runs out. Why do you guys doubt so much? The mainsail liquid fuel engine, a monster of an engine for heavy lifting. The mainsail's power rivals that of entire small nations. This thing is packing 1,379 kilonewtons of thrust. Engine ISP of 285. Why would I use the mainsail? Okay, when is the twin bore worse than the mainsail? Because the twin bore seems like it is a god at this stage. Then we have the skiff. Well suited for local planet hopping. High vacuum efficiency makes this powerful upper stage drive get you further. 330 vacuum ISP. Not as good as the Poodle, but it has slightly more thrust. The bores are liquid boosters and don't have an attachment on the bottom. Yeah, I was gonna use the twin bore as our first stage, in addition to other SRBs. Sometimes the twin bore doesn't look as cool. I mean, it does have like a weird paint job compared to everything else. So that part at least is sort of true. I would agree. Okay. First stage twin bore. It's just got a ton of thrust. It seems like it has a ton of efficiency. Now, the challenging part. I need to kind of detach this for a bit. Put it off to the side and figure out how this thing is gonna deposit a lander can. You've heard of my favorite structural component, girders, haven't you? You've heard of the gird. Let me move over here. There, now you can see a little bit more. Okay, better. Because I think girders are going to be the only way to do this. We should have at least a few more girder pieces, do we not? We have a modular girder? What is that? This piece allows you to attach modular girders to the standard attach points. We don't have any good attach points. Can I create attach points? I don't need to right now. Why is it like this? That doesn't seem lined up. But it might be. Now the shroud is in the way. I think I can just redo the shroud, actually. Well, never mind. Yeah, no, I know. I'm very familiar with these tools. And I believe these should be symmetrical now. But yeah, we'll redo this little fairing. Radial attachment thingy. Ah. Okay, yeah, you can create your own attach points. That's pretty sweet. I might use that later. So, can we just delete the shell for now? Close this bad boy. How much fuel is going to be enough? This is the landers section. And we have to decide how big of an engine we want to put on this thing. Like, Poodles are going to be probably not what we want. That's big. Bobcat. Those are slightly smaller. Let me see some fuel tanks. Too big, chat? What do you think? Nominal. So it has to get us there, get us down, and then get us home. Yeah, the quad lander system will hopefully get us back. This rocket's gonna work great. You think you want the ant? You think I want the ant? Okay. Chat, what do we think, what do we think about this engine's ability to land us on the moon and then get us home? So cute. Did we mine the cheese? Not yet. No mining. Yo, we have a Kodiak? I didn't even see this one. A bear of an engine. This quad nozzle beast comes with multiple cowling options and no gimbal. So this is like the Bobcat size? No, it's smaller than the Bobcat. Okay. It's like Reliant. Alright. What do we got? This is, compared to the Reliant, 205, much more thrust. And 265, 310. Much better engine ISP. So Kodiak is like an upgrade for that size. But I don't know if that size fuel tank is gonna... This isn't gonna be enough, dude. Even though it's gonna be 4 engines. But the Kodiak is an improvement on each one of these. It looks pretty cool. How are we gonna... Is it gonna land on its thrusters? That doesn't seem good. Do we have long enough legs for this? Nope. We just have old-fashioned landing struts. They don't even reach the ground. That is gonna tip over for sure. You can set Kerr to the moon, I believe, and check thrust to weight to see if the engines are powerful enough. Well, we have to have, like, the rest of the staging done to see that, right? I also don't know how to set the moon. Like this. Any idea what the thrust to weight would be on the moon like this? Wait, my thrust to weight ratio is 21.44 for this? Am I reading that right? And on Kerbin it's 3.56. That's a lot of thrust. 4 stack engines. I think we have enough thrust. Okay. But that's for landing and for getting out of here, right? That's for both. If we wanted to change these to engines that are lower to the ground, 4 Terriers is only 5.5 thrust to weight. But the Terriers have an engine ISP of 345 in vacuum, which is roughly 1/6 more than the Kodiak. Are we still using Terriers? Have we not graduated past these? Are they just that good? Terriers are probably lighter. Yeah, 0.5 tons instead of 1.25 tons. And then we could throw on the landing legs on this, because the struts would actually work here. That looks pretty clean, right? That looks pretty solid. How much weight does each leg support? Tolerance is a 12 meter per second impact. Looking cool is absolutely the most important part of building a rocket. I agree. I mean, we could always just go overkill and set up, like... This would give us more landing stability as well. It wouldn't tip as much. I think I've built a design that looks very similar to this in the past, but I always end up doing the same thing, it seems. We also need to make sure that these are... Why are they not in the middle? There we go. History repeats itself. We want to bring these in. Will the lander get by the legs? Yeah, I mean, it'll... Oh! I see what you're saying, yeah. Like, will it be able to drive between them? No. So they would have to be wider for that. But that's gonna make it more difficult for us. Caged rover. It can drop and hop. Yeah, I mean, we could drop it and then just take off and just move. Use 3 rockets instead of 4. Then we're going to be way, way imbalanced. Okay, chat. What if... This is going to sound really dumb. And I don't actually want to do this, but just hypothetically, what if we put a detachment manifold on 2 of the fuel tanks, hooked up the fuel tanks to each other with tubes, set two of the fuel tanks, the ones that have detachment manifold, to drain first, so that they use all of their fuel first, and then drop two of the tanks. By God, it's just weird enough to work. Why? Because then we drop two tanks, and then this thing can just drive and go bloop, and then drive out. We don't have to move. Two tanks to get to the moon and two for the way back. Because we won't need 4 thrusters when we've already dropped all this weight. You're gonna land on stilts. Well, we can set it up where one tank drops and the second tank drops after that. So that way we can land on 3 legs. Sounds like external tanks on fighter jets. Asparagus staging. He learns so fast. Yeah, I guess I am a little worried about the landing. If we have to land on 2 somehow, that would be very hard. 3 is possible if you land on a slope. And it would still work. Not very viable in real life, but very strong in Kerbal Space Program. Which part? Detaching the 2 external tanks? Okay, what if we just take that and put it over there? What if we... Okay, what, these are big, dude. Okay, hold on. Oh dear. What I'm trying to do is grab this guy. There we go. Okay, push those in. Yes. Yes, spin. I want you to spin. All right, and then we'll scooch this in as well. Because it's already got enough space. I will give it a little clearance because I do need to make the shroud squeeze up through here again. Put one of the engines on a hinge. And just like, whoop, whoop. Doggo lift-a-leg lander. Okay, that's actually crazy enough. Garage door rocket engine. I could probably do that. Hold on. Okay, yeah, we could probably engineer that real quick. It won't be quick, but it'll be fun, so. What have you done, Chatter? Should we still keep a detachment or like a radial decoupler for symmetry and just plan on siphoning 2 of the tanks, and then that way we can take off with just 2 of the tanks? Because I did like that idea. Okay, we'll set that up afterward. Let's make a quick save, and then to do this, I say we set this up for all four, just in case the terrain that we land on dictates that the one. What if we set up just one and the angle is kind of awkward? So if we pick that leg up, we like fall or something. That way we have a choice as to which leg, and we maintain symmetry for the launch as well. All right, so we need to move the girder off of this again. The issue is dropping engines too, yeah, but we're also shedding a lot of weight. The lander can's gone, the protective shell's gone, the engine plate's gone. We'll just have, like, the heat shield, basically. So I think we'll be okay. All right, robotics, I don't have the most advanced hinges, unfortunately. One other option is a rotation servo, but that's a little bit on the small side. Maybe we do want a hinge. This is the windmill setup. Is this like actually? Let's fold this in. Are these aligned? Like these decouplers? Yeah. They definitely are. Is this perfect? Where is middle on this? Like, I can manually move it, but I'm worried that I'm gonna mess with the overall weight distribution. So maybe the absolute middle. Yeah, this is a little harder to line up. Because that should line, this line should theoretically go down the middle of the ship, and it doesn't seem like it is. That definitely is off. Gotta get out the ruler. It's very hard to tell. Are if the legs are equidistant apart, then it's probably fine. Like, are these legs as far away from each other as these legs are? Wouldn't it be easier to just use hydraulic rods than a hinge? The whole rocket hinges on you getting this right. Good one. Okay, so if we open one of these hinges, what we could do is manually retract the wheels on one side, and then obviously I wouldn't do all of them at the same time. I would just need to do one, so remove this one from symmetry. Boop. And then it should be able to just like drive out of there. Right? That's plenty of space. So in this case, I guess the ideal one's this one. We probably need to set the upper limit at 90 for each one of these. That way it never scales beyond that, because that would be super bad. Okay, those ones are still connected to the symmetry. But yeah, just like roll all four while in the middle of a burn. I don't know. It'd look cooler if you lifted up the entire engine side booster like a garage door. I can't because they need so much clearance for that. Like, these boosters would have to be very far down for that. And it would just mess things up because the hinge would have to be vertical instead of horizontal. The more complicated moving parts, the better. Chat, imagine playing Kerbal Space Program and not over-engineering things. Like, if you're not over-engineering things in Kerbal Space Program, why are you playing? Isn't that the whole point? Is there a way to lift the engine vertically? Yeah, you use thrust. Just use your thrusters. But yeah, I mean, hydraulic cylinders would also work, but my hydraulic cylinders are like kind of small. I think that this is gonna be perfect. There is one downside, which is how do we strut these together? Like, I don't know if this hinge is capable of containing all of this thrust. Put struts on the decouplers, but then I have to decouple the entire engine instead. Test it. Okay, you want to test this? We can just rebuild this. Here's the thing, the Terriers are terrible thrust in atmosphere, so these things aren't even gonna get us off the ground, to be honest. I don't even think we'll get any lift with this. Just use them in space. Yeah, just do a test in space. Thanks again, Illard, for the 30-month sub. Dude, it's been First of all, do you see the issue already with the hinges without having struts attached? KJ, people arrive, slubbing. Sorry I missed you earlier, KJ. Thank you so much for the 23 months, almost 2 years. The rocket party! Okay, I don't know how to stabilize these, because if we strut them together, then the hinges are pointless. KJ and Blarg says just rescue the Kerbal stranded after lander deployment later. We're not going to need to rescue them, because there will be nothing to rescue. I appreciated Blark for 3 years, and also Illard. Thanks again, guys. Okay, all right. There won't be anything to rescue because they're dead. Oh my god. All right. Listen, I think we go with the... Oh, no symmetry. I think we go with the original... There's gotta be a way to do this. With the garage door landing. Like, I really want this one to just decouple out of the way, okay? Here's how it's gonna look. Second hinge at the bottom of the rockets. Okay, so we deploy this by doing this. Oh no. It's leaning. It's leaning, chat. Yeah, no, it's leaning. And then if we try to thrust up and go... Yeah, that's not... That's not actually making anything easier, is it? I want to Okay. New engineering solutions required. I see the issue. You're gonna need more engines. You always need more engines. What if you just had 3 engines? 3 engine launches, I always don't... Like, they always go weird. They always end up weird. I wish I had the larger rotation servos. Like, these things are just kind of small. I put a proposal in so annoying if you want to go with stupid engineering. If you had to put it in so annoying... What is this? You had to put it in the Discord. What is this? Okay, but... the fuel won't connect. You'd have to... You'd still have to strut that up. It'd still have to be strutted. Because it would wobble and it wouldn't be connected to the other fuel without lines. Where's the problem? They worked so hard. They worked so hard on it. Wait, I need more than one rocket on this. They worked incredibly hard on that art. Okay, look. So if we did that, right? You have to do an alligator hinge as far down as possible. Oh no, wrong button. How do you, there we go. Target angle that. Hi, bro. Hello, bro. What's up, bro? What's up, my bros? It's difficult to not attach it. It wants to attach to the, Are you starting to see... Are you starting to see the problems? Now we can fly upside down! It's beautiful! Emergency reverse thrust. Okay, but like, how do you strut them up so they don't wobble? They're gonna wobble like hell because of the hinge. Also, they're not connected to the fuel. You'd have to group them together. In the most absurd way. Like, at least like that. Why? Chat, because these fuel tanks are attached to the hinge. They're not attached to the tanks on top of them. Therefore, they're literally not connected. The arrows are backwards. Okay, it was just an example. Why not vertically? Because they won't reach. Well, I guess it'll reach, but then what happens when you do this? The cable just gets longer? But how do we strut these? Whoa, Transformers! Why are these not rotated correctly? How does the landing work? Stick around and find out. I don't know if the landing does work. Put the struts on the decouplers. That's just... But then we're still gonna have wobble when we take off from the moon. Okay, you know what? Forget about this idea. This idea is getting deleted. I'm doing a new idea. Why won't this rotate? Thank you. It was the best idea you've had in years! Ah! Blow it up. I'm not gonna do it intentionally, but I'm also not saying that it won't happen. Oh, these are not rotated right, huh? Okay, I have another idea, chat, but it requires hydraulics. Don't. Uh-oh. What do you mean, uh-oh? Look at that. Look at that. Do you see where this is going? Do you see where this is going, chat? We're gonna increase... Oh, this is actually genius. Hold on, this is actually genius? Traverse rate is like the speed they will extend, right? We need this to be very slow. And we want them to be probably locked until we're ready. Oh my god, it's perfect. Oh my god, it's perfect. So here's what we do, chat. We go to the we take this thing to the before we even land on the moon. Right? Before this thing even lands on the moon, when we're in space. Okay, well, two things. These need to be attached to different control groups. Because, like, just imagine that this is removed from symmetry here. And then this one's retracted. Wait, no, not that one. Okay, because that's the front of the vehicle. So this one is removed from symmetry, and that one's retracted. This one's retracted. And then this one's retracted. And then it still should stand upright, because we're definitely gonna... make the springs tough. Really tough springs. There we go. Tough springs so it doesn't fold. And then we do this, right? We go unlocked. Oh boy. Why did that do that? Why did that do that? And then we do target extension. Oh no 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 no. Just you on the side. It's leaning. Oh, it's gonna push the weight and it's gonna tip us over. Okay, wait. Yeah, I know the moon has lower gravity and whatnot. This sags so much when they're unlocked. It's actually incredible. Alright, but anyways, then this one and this one, right, go at the same time. And they go pew, pew, pew. Uh-oh. Wait, what's happening? Okay, there we go. Sorry, it was locked. So then both of those go, right? And then they can redeploy the landing legs to support. And then there's plenty of space for the rover to drive out. You see what I'm saying? And then we replant the landing legs. Why wouldn't you just do this in orbit? I will. That's what I said before. I said pretend this is in space. You're not pretending. I would do this in space. Seems like a lot of work for what a hinge would do. It's literally, they're both robotic parts. It's the same number of parts. What do you mean a lot of work? 4 hinges or 4 hydraulics is identical quantity of parts. Except the hydraulic doesn't go super floppy when it's locked. It is actually quite stable. Okay, so we need to set these up to control groups. Let's make our action groups now. Whew. Okay, how do I need another Cal? I'm learning. Let's get another one of these. Why is it like this though? What? What? I think that's attached. Hello, Atletus. What's up? He's beginning to believe. I am beginning to believe, yeah. This is gonna be amazing. Okay, so now we have another Cal. Now we go actions. Now we go Cal 1000 controller. Do I need to rename this to, let's say, hydraulic? Why can't I rename this? Hydraulic thruster control. Open the track editor. I gotta remember how to do this now. So we select the hydraulic pistons, but do we need to undo their symmetry first? Okay. And then we pick the one on, just the one on, how do I deselect all of you? Why is it selecting all 4? How do I just select one? Is it because I built them in symmetry? I am, okay, just maybe, oh, there we go. I gotta click to deselect, apparently. There we go. Now we're in business. So just this one and this one. How do I now? I'll do those individually. It's fine. So we need a new track down here. So the action is going to be target extension, I think. Or it could just be extend piston because it's going to be full. Maybe not. Resize mode scale, keep points positioned relative to the whole curve. What? If we add a point here. Hold on. Programming. Unlock it first. That's a good idea. Okay, first step would be toggle locked. Because it should be start locked and then go unlocked. That's a good point. Then, at the same time, maybe create a target extension. Toggle locked is just its own thing. And then we want... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Boom. That's it. But we can add to this controller the landing gear. Which also need to be removed from symmetry. Okay, and then extend or retract. In this case, it would be retract. How do I get it to retract and then re-extend in the same animation? It's an animation graph editor. Yeah, it is. If you do this in space, why do you need the landing gear separately? I guess you don't, but it might be nice. It might be nice to have the option to do it on the surface. But I guess I could just do that by right-clicking. I mean, I guess I don't have to. But it doesn't hurt anything to have that, you know? Like, it won't, if it extends in space, it's not going to mess with anything. Okay, because the extend retract is just a toggle. And I don't know if there's a way to link that to to the same action group where it'll like re-extend when this animation is done. I guess the question is, you can maybe toggle at the start and toggle at the end. Like, it seems like this is just the dotted line means that I don't have the ability to set up different points. Because, like, there's not really, like, a timer window on this one, and I don't know how to add any. Because when I click, like, add a point, this doesn't have the option to do anything, because it's just a straight-up toggle, I think. Okay, I need to do the other side. Do I want to do all four? Like, is there a reason to remove this from well, let's just do the front and back, too. Because it'll still land. It'll just be a little wider stance in the front and back of this thing. Okay, so we choose this. Extra hydraulic thruster. Do and toggle unlock. Then a target extension. Here is the target. We just need to raise that up. And then remove these landing struts from symmetry. And then extend and retract here. Okay. Then we're gonna need, I guess, another... So, okay, that's all the animations. So if we zoom out, we should be able to see... I don't actually see the landing struts retracting, but that might happen in real life. But either way, those push outs give us some more width. I think that's basically all I need this to do. Now we have to assign this to a custom action group. So maybe custom 2. And then we need to click on the cow and do play sequence, right? And I think that's it. All right, let's give this a test. Let's give this a test on the launch pad. And the soundtrack's basically over, so let's switch things up. I feel like I just like listening to the Starbase soundtrack. It doesn't really get old for me. Well, we'll do the more intense songs later. Some of these might be a little intense. But that's all right. I like the vibes. All right, let's give this a try. So if we hit number 2, that is I don't know what that did, but it didn't do anything. Probably the lock, but we have the lock toggled in the action group. You started unlock and it locked when pushed. It says locked yes. Locked yes. Locked yes. Also locked yes. They're all starting locked. And I have hydraulic cylinders to toggle locked. Unless toggle lock only means lock and doesn't mean unlock. But I also don't see a toggle unlock. Because see, when we play the animation, like, you can see it's there, but only one landing strut moved as well. Chat, this is the part where if you have no idea what you're talking about, you stop making suggestions, so that way I can tell who actually knows what they're talking about, because I can tell a couple of you don't. Added Duck says, I heard we're going to the moon. Maybe, if we can figure out the hydraulic animation system. Looks like only the landing gear with points actually retracted. You added points to it. Well, the landing gear isn't the issue. The hydraulics didn't extend right now. That's the part I'm trying to think. That's the part I'm trying to figure out. But yeah, I see that the one landing gear that has a point actually can be toggled, and we can do this and this. So each of these is a toggle for all intents and purposes. So this is, when it hits this point, it says toggle landing gear. When it hits this point, it toggles it again. Oh, this, yeah, okay, I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it. So the hydraulic cylinder likewise needs to be locked and unlocked via the point. All right, I understand. So it should be as simple as this. I just assumed that it was already... There we go. All right, save, test launch. He understands. My work here is done. You did it. Yeah, that was you. Hello, Kaibo. What's up? Hope you're having a nice Saturday, dude. And also Grugan and Metalbit. Hello, Mod Squad. All right, now if we hit the control group 2. The hydraulics go... 5 seconds isn't long enough. That one actually did start to move. This one did not. I think I have the speed too slow. So maybe we just need more than 5 seconds. We can set the length to like, I think 15 is reasonable for this kind of maneuver, maybe even 20. It might just be a traverse rate issue. Defaults to 5. Let's have the traverse rate at like 2. One of them didn't move though. But both hydraulic cylinders do have a toggle lock and a toggle lock. Unlock ending point at the end of the track. I don't know how to do that. Speed the sequence will play at. We're getting close, though. I can feel it. This is fun experimentation. This actually does, speaking of Starbase, this reminds me of messing with the coding language in Starbase. That was a lot of fun, too. I think I just enjoy that. The fiddling with complex systems until the fancy thing that you're trying to make happen happens. Metalbit also subbed for 66 months. Where does the time go? Thank you, Metalbit. I'm sorry I missed you a minute ago, but I appreciate you. Welcome to the stream. And Lingonberry Punch also for 25 months. Howdy. Thank you for the over 2 years of sub. Immortal Mentality. Thanks for priming once again. Hello, Immortal. And thanks, Adaduck. I heard we're going to the moon. Maybe. This is going very slow. And it's only one of them. And strange things are happening. And then it locks itself back in place. But, let me make sure that the correct... let me make sure the correct pieces, like this hydraulic cylinder, yes. It almost looks like they're having a clipping issue. Is there an order here? Like, are they trying to extend before the lock is toggling? It looks like it never unlocks. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if it's trying the extension before the lock fires. How do you... Okay, I got an idea. What if we just delay the animation? That way it guarantees... that before these even try to move, it had time to unlock. delay at the end, too. Why don't we just change these ones to the, what is this button called? Sharp tangents? Yeah, sharp tangents. Okay. Let's try something like that. I'm not sure the sequence... Resize mode, scale, maintain... Is there a way to, like, turn off a timer so that it just takes as long as it needs to go? Because I'm wondering if the hydraulics just aren't... like, traverse rate's not fast enough, maybe? These ones don't need to move. Let's do this, and then make this like a 30-second event. Okay. Again. Whew. I love how I've been doing this for like 2 hours now. I mean, we've done more than just that. We did the testing on the escape system, but... Yes. Dude, it looks... It's jiggling the whole thing. Hold on. I just hit space on accident. This is not locked. Neither of them are locked. I feel like they're getting stuck on clipping. I think they're clipping inside the crew hatch. The clipping is coming from inside the cargo storage. Try extending them manually. I will try extending them manually. I mean, this could just be because... See? We did extend them manually before, though. Speen. See, when one extends, it pulls the other one. They're like pushing and pulling each other. So when only one of them goes, it's fine. Yeah, it's definitely clipping. Try unlocking the other two. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, it's like the other two being locked. I don't even need these. I just put them on there for symmetry. So the other option is go to actions. What if we just did this? What if we just did this, chat? And just unlocked all of them? The ship is gonna be a little floppy as a result. We will eventually create Mecha Crab. We might create Mecha Crab, yeah, if we keep trying. So now if we hit 2, it does get very floppy in the middle. Why do the hydraulics take so long to start moving, though? And this is supposed to be like a 30-second animation. Earth gravity heavy. It is heavier. I mean, it does work. Earth makes it a little less, it's already extended, so there is no way to retract it at this stage. I don't know how to invert it. Ship it. You have to delay at the start, probably not needed. Quality control passed. How do I keep... There is one way to keep... Let's revert to vehicle assembly. Alright, let's make a save before I butcher this. Because what I'm thinking about doing is just removing the 2 hydraulics that are causing the problems. And then just extending the girder segment to the same length. So that it maintains some symmetry, but I don't know how to calculate that. You know what I'm saying? So I made a save. I'm just gonna... Ooh, yeah, that's a problem. I can remove this one from the symmetry. Remove this part from symmetry. That one from symmetry. That one from symmetry. Wrong ones. Brain not work so good. Okay, again. Wrong ones. Okay. Now, how to calculate how many links this is. I think I know one way to calculate. We could just do this. 1, 2, 3. Let's go all the way in, and I can just do shift. All right, so that's touching. So go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go back to 7. Go back to 6. Okay, so 6 links away. There's touching. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That looks further, though, doesn't it? Do they have a ruler tool? I don't think so. It's definitely 6 though. One, two, three, four, five, 6. All right, I think that's better. The ruler is your eyeball. The ruler is your eyeball. There is maybe one way to tell. What if we go to struts? Oh, since these are removed from... Are these removed from symmetry? Yeah, since these are removed from symmetry, I have to strut them up individually. How do you turn this off? I think that this is probably fine. All right, let's do a quick test on this. When you delete parts, does it automatically remove it from the actions? I assume so, right? Yeah, it should. All right, let's give this a test launch. Are Kerbals advanced enough to have rulers? I don't think so. They don't know how to count. They just sit in the cockpit and wait for you. All right, so action group 2. I can remove the delay. I think removing the delay would be good. But we do want this to happen slowly. It's definitely a lot more stable this way. Do you think you'll notice the other pistoned engine isn't 6 clicks? In time, in time. I'm making sure this actually works. There's also the one hose on the side of the fuel tanks. Chat, you guys are a bunch of critics. Bunch of critics. Here's the hose. All right, touching 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These ones are, okay, they're symmetrical. There we go. Now save that. Whew, all right. Now, why don't we go ahead and get the fairing? Oh, God. All right, the fairing. People comfy, he's still in the lander creator. It's gonna be a good lander. It's gonna be a good lander. All right, Airstream protective shell. Build a fairing. I can't, why does the text have to be in the middle of the screen? It could be like anywhere else, but it's right there in the middle. May as well just close the fairing right there, to be honest. It's a little chunky, but it gets the job done. Just a little bump. Aerodynamic. Okay. Whew. Next stage. Next stage. The real question is this many tanks and thrusters going to be enough thrust to weight? That's 5.13 thrust to weight. Yeah, no, it should be good. What is our delta V? 2759 delta V. That's a good amount of delta V, right? This should exclusively be for the landing phase, I hope. slap a booster on it and go. No, we're not done, dude. There's like we gotta get to atmosphere, we gotta get orbit, we gotta set all this up. Here's my question. How do the pros... I actually just watched a video about this the other day. Chat, which mission was it where one of the middle stages was supposed to slingshot around the moon and go basically on a solar orbit that was way out of the way, but instead it came back and was missing for like 30 plus years and then ended up orbiting Earth in an oblong pattern? Comes back every 30 years? Yeah, something like that. In Kerbal, how are you supposed to deal with space debris? Because I don't have the calculations necessary to take care of these middle stages and make them the third stage of one of the Apollos. How will the top tanks detach for re-entry? Aren't they strutted to the cargo hold? You have a good point, yeah. You do have a good point. They are strutted to the cargo hold. I think there is an easy way to fix that, though. We pull off the heat shield. We pull off the we don't need the cargo hold to come back, actually. So what we can do is take the stack separator, take the heat shield. Yeah, put the heat shield on the bottom of the service bay. And then we can have another decoupler. How about that? That way we have a heat shield that's protecting the service bay, the Science Junior, the lander cannon, and the tippy top, and we can just separate the cargo storage units on the way back with the girders and thrusters. We still have the stack separator for the lander. Staging is going to be fairly complicated on this, I think. I'd also like some width on the Jumbo Max, because this thing is not going to get us off of Kerbin. It always ends up looking like a beehive. It doesn't look like a beehive. All right. We're just gonna get, I think hydraulic detachment manifold is the largest that we have. After discovering the word manifold, OMBNG's decided it'd be best to use it in the name of at least one product. I agree. Slap some solid fuels. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Not like that, though. Are we sure this is attached? Like, I think it is, but it's, oof. Clipping is a thing, huh? Clipping is a thing. Like, we do have the radial decouplers, but they're a little bouncier. These will give you a little bit more space, though. A little more clearance. Yeah, those don't clip. It does give us a bit of a wider profile. And then aerodynamics, we'll get probably the flat nose. Oh, not those. Well, these ones fit, but... Pencils! What I'm worried about is how far do these articulate? Because if we're steering with the twin bore, are they not going to nozzle into the solid fuel? I don't know how far the big bore articulates. It's got a gimbal of 1.5 degrees vectoring. That's not much. The swivel has 3 degrees. You're gonna need some kick motors for the SRBs. You can offset it by 45 degrees. Not really. I kind of like that they're underneath. Like, this is a solid line for drag. But yeah, I think pushing them back is gonna be interesting. I didn't mean to click that. The pushback on these is gonna be a little interesting. What is happening in chat right now? I don't know. Chat, what's happening in chat right now? Do you guys have any idea? What are you up to? What shenanigans are afoot? I don't know, I'm chatting. I had dinner. I'm learning! I'm drinking tea. Ew, gross. Who's reading a book in chat right now? No thoughts, head empty. Fair. Okay. Let me take a look at the staging here. So, just stage 7 alone is a 1.67 thrust to weight ratio. We have 1,700 meters per second of delta V. That's not bad for just the first stage by itself. Aerodynamics, I would probably want... Are winglets still our best bet for steering right now? Because these seem kind of small for the range that we're going with. Those are, like, hanging out too much. I don't know if this is going to be enough articulation for us with just 2 of those per. It still looks like it's sticking out. Hold on. It's in on one side and out on the other. What? Are those symmetrical? I think so. Okay. Will we still be in atmosphere when these things are kicked off? Will twin bores... Oh, dude, we need RCS. I was gonna say, do we need any, like, winglet articulation on this? To help out? Maybe. Because once we kick the big SRBs off, we're going to be having to steer with just the gimbal. Yeah, the wings look a little small. Etal's flex tape is wings? Just add wings. What about separatons? What about them? You need wings on the top too, or else it'll cause a more severe wobble. It'll wobble a bit, but we'll have this thing strutted up pretty nice. When I put too many wings up top, I find I have an even harder time steering upward, so to speak. There is another thing that we can do, because I believe we recently unlocked the advanced large inline reaction wheel. So I'm actually just gonna buy just grab one of these, chuck that under our separator. That way we only really use this while we are needing to kind of spin and steady ourselves in these early stages, like the first and mid stage. More torque, lots of torque. Hello, Electroraptor, what's up? How's it going? Okay, we need to get some RCS on the lander. So, thrust-wise, what are my options? We've got the Puff monopropellant fuel engine. What do we got? This is a thrust and vacuum of 20 kilonewtons. Are there any other monopropellants on this particular? How big is that? Oh, the Puff is actually, like, big. How much? Okay, that's 20 kilonewtons of thrust compared to, like, the large thruster block is only... It says thruster power 1. What does thruster power 1 mean? Yes, I am aware the Puffs use monopropellant, given that it's called the Puff monopropellant fuel engine, as I read it out. I'm trying to figure out how much thrust they give out compared to the regular RCS monopropellant thrusters. It's an engine, not RCS controlled. It says, yeah, it responds to main throttle controls, but consumes monopropellant. You can't use this as any RCS? Okay, whatever. That's fine. We'll just use these then, because I like the linears have 2 times the thrust power. We can just create our own linear array. The other issue is we're not going to be able to do these with symmetry. Let's actually move these slightly down. One high, one low. And then we'll get them symmetrical soon. These are slightly more difficult. Well, I'd also like some pointing down, because occasionally we do need that extra bit of thrust to help with the soft landing. right, and then we gotta straighten them all out before I forget. Oh, I missed a spot. Why not use symmetry in placing those? Because you just got here and you don't know that these are not on the symmetry grid. Because of the things that we've had to set up. But the reason is because, trust me. Also, especially after I just said we can't use symmetry for these. You just have to believe me. Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Uh-oh. I just got here, too. I trust you. Good. Good. That's a good first-time chat. First-time chatter implicitly trusts me. Okay, did we go all the way around? I think we went all the way around. Hopefully that'll be enough thrust just on those. Now I want some thrusters... angling down somehow. But how? I trust everyone. It's the devil inside them I don't trust. How do we want to get some of these pointing down? Can we mention now that there's quad RCS thrusters that you can adjust for 5-way? Can you mention the part where 1 minute ago I said I like using linear ports because they have 2 times the propellant power of the 5-way ones, and you can get 2 for 1, so you have to put 4 5-ways to equal 2 linear ports, and you can articulate in better positions sometimes when you want to create one yourself custom? When is it appropriate for me to mention that? I could, but I wasn't listening. Yeah, I know. Chat, linears have a power of 2. Also, what do you mean 5-way? These are 4-way thruster blocks. But regardless, they have a thruster power of 1. So you need twice as many, and then the tiny ones have a 0.1 thruster power. So you need 10 tiny ones for 1 normal, or you can just have some linears for some extra juice. Change variations. Okay, so this one's 5-way with still 1.0 thruster power. Now, what I want to, I kind of want to like create my own little thing, actually. My own little structural thing. I want to make my own thruster assembly. I'll make my own port. You know how I know that this can be a good idea? Is because I saw EJ doing something like this. Though in his case, it was to avoid putting any thrust towards his payload. Never thrust your payload, chat. Remember that. This thing look. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Where's the... Is there one? Hang on. Where's the other one? There it is. Why are these connected to that? I don't want them to be connected to that. I want them to be connected to the... RCS on hinges it is! Here's the nice part, though. When we make one of these, we can just copy and paste it. Oh, that actually looks pretty sick. Just the teeniest bit of clipping, but it almost looks intentional, like a little ball thruster. Make a super thruster 5-way. Ponder the orb. Now do that 25 more times. Here's the thing, I'm about to blow your mind. Obviously, we need to move them in, but that can come after, because it's easier to copy this way. There's something very satisfying, I think implicitly in Kerbal, about being able to spend all this time on a project, and then... because it took you so long to get everything just so, when it's actually mission time, you're like super emotionally invested in your build. And then it blows up. But it's really good at like giving, like right now I have an objective, which is land a rover on the moon and also establish a bit of a base, so to speak. And someone in chat kind of made a joke earlier that was like, oh, Etal likes complex action groups and coding in Kerbal, but not in Dwarf Fortress. And I do, first of all, I do like Dwarf Fortress, okay? So don't say that I don't. But there is a difference where, in this case, there's a clear objective that opens a door for certain over, like, for the programmable bits. Like, you kind of need... Also, I just noticed that these are off. All I hear are excuses. But yeah, like we have... It's a sandbox, and we're doing a sandbox build, but there's a very clear need to make fancy stuff, because if you make it fancy, then you make your actual goal easier to accomplish. Those are aligned now. Yeah, those are aligned. Okay, we need actual fuel though, right? We need fuel. And I wouldn't mind having more ways to boost, i.e. just a couple more anywhere ports that are facing down. win rocket launch today. This is just a big project. We're definitely gonna play some more Dwarf Fort. I'm just saying that when you're making, let's put it like this. Over-engineering things in Kerbal has more of a purpose than over-engineering things in Dwarf Fortress. Over-engineering in Dwarf Fortress is for your own pleasure and enjoyment. Over-engineering things in Kerbal can actually help you accomplish your objectives, because you have objectives other than the over-engineering. Like, the over-engineering is the point in Dwarf Fortress, but over-engineering in Kerbal is both the point and the goal. Like, I feel like I'm not articulating that well. You get something for over-engineering outside of pleasure for its own sake. Keep engineering, King. Yes, I'm gonna put tanks. We're gonna put some fuel tanks in here. Sandbox with a goal versus pure sandbox. Something like that, yeah. Okay. I'm looking at... I was looking at the possibility of putting some monopropellant boosters under this girder, but it's going to be pointing down at the payload, which I don't want. I'm not sure if just these... Well, we have 2, 4, 6, 8 pointing down. This is a lot of weight for that, but they shouldn't be our primary source of thrust. And I wouldn't mind having some more... Now we can use some thruster blocks, I think. Like up here. I don't know, but this is like gonna be very odd from like a drag perspective. But some top-mounted ones for movement might be nice. Yeah, I don't like those pointing into the radial parachute. Could put them at a diagonal like this. And that's a little bit better. I don't know if that's wise to have them up here, but whatever. That's what we're gonna go with. Now we need fuel. So, what do we have for monopropellant now? Our monopropellant options are... Ooh, we got the chunks. Yeah, those are the largest ones, I think. But where will they go? We could, free up some service bay room. Like, I was contemplating moving some batteries up here. Okay, those are pretty good. Looks sharp. And maybe we can get some monopropellant inside the service bay. That's a bit on the large side. That's a bit on the small side. These will fit. How many batteries do we reasonably... Oh, I did symmetry mode on the batteries. Oops, hold on. Yeah, that wasn't the plan. I also cannot click on this battery for some reason. There we go. Did I symmetry mode the cows too? Struggling right now. Hold on, chat. are you the way you are? Alright, they won't be perfect, but they'll be perfect to us. We're both very, very close to what we need to do, and also so very far away, it feels like. There's so much testing left to do, but that's the fun. Now, I just want single parts. Should be able to easily fit 4 of those tanks in here. I just want to keep them from clipping. With the Science Junior, it's kind of clipping a little bit. That looks good. Okay. So that's 4 monopropellant tanks. Hopefully that doesn't counterweight us in any way. I don't think they're that heavy. But that's not enough monopropellant, though. That's like 20, 40, 60, 80. And these have collectively 50 monopropellant in the big ones. I like how monopropellant has to be stored in these weird orbs. Yeah, I might be able to fit 4 more on the bottom. My fear is that they're going to be, what, attached to the heat shield? But yeah, we could probably... just line these up. I want to eat the orbs like a marshmallow. Yeah, I don't think that that is a good idea. Monopropellant orbs are not to be eaten. They also might be pressurized and might explode if you chomp into them. Okay, let's make sure the doors close on this. Good. That being said, I think more monopropellant would be good. We have what, 160? You never know when you might need more monopropellant. I like that space quite a bit. It's gonna not be good for drag, though. But it's also like just a nice spot. Inside the fairing, it's not gonna fit in that fairing like this. Should I wait for Kerbal 2 or start exploring 1 also? Well, here's the thing. When Kerbal 2 comes out to early access, science mode, career mode, all that is not going to be in at early access launch. So if you're looking for a little bit more structure and you like the idea of unlocking tech with science and sort of having a carrot on a stick to work towards, I would check out 1. And if you're fine with just the sandbox building, 2 is going to be just sandbox building with the first Kerbolar solar system to explore, which is more of a sandbox build mode. Okay, chat. I think, like, we're getting close. We're getting close. Let's take some struts. Let's go ahead and get some struts. Also, Kerbal 2 might have better onboarding or tutorials. That's true, yeah. If you don't like the idea of looking for some help online, then maybe 2 is better for you. That is probably fair. I know that those aren't lined up super well, but it's actually fairly close. That's pretty close. That's only like 4 struts per booster, and these are pretty hardcore boosters. So I think at least like 1 more set somewhere would be good. It's gonna be more wobbled towards the bottom anyways. Like this is where most of it is gonna come from. Maybe can just strap these right to the bottom. Probably not good to have them next to the wing. Too late. I don't want to strut them to each other though, because we've had some problems with that before. Whew. Okay, what are we forgetting? Because I think we're like very nearly ready for some testing. How come Metallics isn't over-engineering this thing? You must have just got here, because this is the same rocket from almost 3 hours ago. And we haven't even done a test launch yet. Solar. Do we have solar? We might not have solar. Let's do a quick rundown. We also had to decide if we wanted to pilot this thing remotely, and therefore send an engineer and a scientist with us and have that be it. That's a possibility as well. Ladders, I think we have already designed a ladder. Unfortunately, now it doesn't really make a lot of sense because of how this ended up going. And also where the monopropellant ended up. Where are you taking this? This is going to be Mun Base. I mean, Operation Mun Base. This is a 2 Kerbal vessel. Come on, even real NASA rocket scientists don't spend 3 hours on a single rocket. So true. Okay, what do we take the shorter ladder? I don't know how to ladder this thing. Like, this is a complicated setup. How are they gonna get back in without thrusters? I know that they can just use thrusters, but wouldn't it be cooler if there was like a proper ladder set up too, in case we need it, you know, emergency situation? We can just plug in some permanent utility enhancement. Maybe that's easier. What about hinges? Those always work. You do raise a good point about everyone's favorite hinges. Everyone loves hinges from what I've heard. Comes with a climbing wall. It does come with a climbing wall. See, that's not gonna stick. What if you build a functioning elevator? Just give them an elevator. Ah, God. Okay. What if... Dude, is this a super ladder? Hang on, have we used this ladder before? What is this one? No, that's just the big ladder. Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, what if we do... one of these guys, okay, into the thruster. Extremely safe. You can pop that out, hop over to the monopropellant tank, right across to the strut, and then get picked up on this, right? It's easy. Right, chat? Minus the clipping, I guess. The clipping is annoying. I wish there was a Goldilocks ladder in between these. Because that's a bit short, but they could probably grab it. Alright, well, we're gonna go with that. And then that's better than nothing. Now, lights. What about making this thing sparkle? Speaking of lights, what about solar panels? Speaking of solar panels, what about antenna? Have you thought about the Communotrons? I didn't think you had thought about the Communotrons. We probably realistically only need like 1 or 2 of them. Two for symmetry, just because it looks neat. Why is one of them popping out much more than the other one? Oh, there we go. Okay. Retract. Retract. Moon infrastructure. We did put an antenna on the lander. Yep. Okay, we have that covered. How about solar? Wow, wow, wow. Wow. How about solar? This is the 1x6 panel. Two panels is like reasonably enough. Right? 2 panels, 2 why is this out? What? Chat, why is this flopping out? What is this doing right now? It's already broken and we haven't even gotten to space yet. Was just watching some pitch meetings. So I did just watch a pitch meeting. We'll talk about that once we get to space. I haven't had time to rant about anything. How'd the Moon rover launch go? Well, you're looking at it. It hasn't gone anywhere yet. This has just been a very lengthy build. The biggest yet, I would say. I'm hoping that 2 photovoltaic panels is enough to keep us powered. But this thing is so large. What if we did? What if we did layers? This might sound dumb. Why are those popping out so much? Everything has to be perfect for this launch, chat. Okay. But yeah, what if we did layers? Where, like, the top one is... Oh. I guess the door. They'll rotate. The panel will rotate. To face the sun. They might collide a little bit. Okay, you just open that one for... Yeah, you just do 2... So that way the wide boy and the long boy... You know what I'm saying, Chad? He's still in the VAB. I am still in the VAB. Okay, we have power. We have energy. Hinge the panels. We can't just hinge everything. We have landers. We have aerodynamics. We got the payload set up. We gotta check our staging. We got hinge. We got the pistons. We're gonna need launch stability enhancers. This is a heavy boy. Okay, and then bring the whole thing down. Even a little bit lower. Dear God. All right, just a little lower. That's pretty decent. All right, perfect. Save. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Is there something I'm forgetting? Delta V? We only have 4,000 meters per second of Delta V. Is that what we're forgetting? Gib Delta V. Gib Delta V now. Check vacuum Delta V. This stage doesn't go up by much. We get an extra. Oh, this one is not counting Delta V. All right, let's fix staging first before we panic. So, give me the supports back. Thank you. We probably do want to just ride the Pollux the entire time. Just to start. Okay. Then we pop those off. This thruster needs to start simultaneous. This thing does not... What is this? This is the Airstream Protective Shell. You do not need to go yet. Okay. When this guy goes, bring the thrusters in. Yeah, that's all 4 of those thrusters. And then we do not need this one to pop off until much closer to atmospheric re-entry. If we make it that far, that is just dropping. Okay, the Airstream Protective Shell needs to happen here. Chat, when the Airstream Protective Shell ejects, is it gonna like collide with the thrusters and cause problems? I'm not really sure how that's gonna work, but we'll see. Maybe. Can we just cause, maybe just make the ejection force much smaller? What does clamshell deploy? No, it'll be fine. But like, it was what, at 100? Why don't we just do like 30 ejection force, or even like 25? Just hinge the tanks away. Okay, then we drop the rover. What is this? What is... Oh, that's the launch escape system. That's in case of emergencies. So we don't even need that to be its own stage, because we will have already disconnected that early on in the flight. Chat, at what point should I detach the launch escape system? Because it seems like a bad idea to do that in atmosphere, right? Because it's gonna come back down and like hit something. Why do we need a launch escape system? Nobody's going to be in danger. Is that what you're saying? Okay, I think the staging is good. Our Delta V is actually 6458, so much better than we thought. I think it's still going to be cutting things a bit close. Why doesn't this show Delta V? Where are we going with this rocket? The moon, but I feel like I would like 7,000 Delta V to be safe because we've been cutting it under 7,000 and having a bad time. Because I don't have the highest efficiency rating. So how can we squeeze an extra 500 Delta V out of this? Second question. We still haven't answered the AI piloting situation. What's our best AI pilot? Probotobodine Hex still, I think? What is this? High visibility control room for orbital stations. Oh, that's sick. We need to squeeze a Probotobodine Hex on this thing. It's so tiny. It also won't attach to anything outside of a control point. More weight up here. More. The radial attachment point you looked at before, that was this. It's larger than the thing. Is there a smaller one? The micro node maybe too small? Get rid of the escape system for more Delta V. We will actually be getting rid of the escape system once we're in orbit. That will squeeze out some extra Delta V. The reason that we're doing this is so that we can bring not a pilot. We only have room for 2 Kerbals. One's going to be engineer, one's going to be a scientist, and we're going to have the AI pilot for them, in theory. But I can't figure out how to attach this. Attach it to a hinge. Listen, we still have to do testing on Red, okay? We haven't done the testing yet. We're working on it. Can you move your cam so we can see the Delta V? I mean, you can see all the Delta V right now. It's on the screen. Look at the top of the screen. You see Kerbal Engineer Redux. It's also at the bottom left of the screen under Vessel. And then the individual stages are just like all up there. So you should be able to see it all. Okay, let's overcomplicate this more then. We're just gonna overcomplicate it even more. I don't know how else to do this. Where's the engine plate? Engine plate is under this. That's too big. That one is good. Engine plate. Boom. Shroud, yes. I got engine plates on my engine plates. All right, but this one is gonna stay the way that it is. That one doesn't go away. This one just stays there and houses the AI. Disable staging. Boom. Okay. All right, chat. Let's do a quick test of a few different parts, because I'm not sure if I'm missing anything. It's going to be under utilities. I do want to add a couple lights to the lander, so remind me to add some lights. How has it been 3.5 hours? Chat, I'm not lying when I say that Kerbal is one of the games right now that makes time go by the fastest for me, because it's just, I get incredibly immersed in just building stuff. It's that perfect crossroads of creativity and having objectives that meaningfully advance your game. How do you move the camera on this screen? Why is the camera so far down the ass here? All right, well, let's test this thing first. Perfect. Okay, that works. Middle click? I mean, middle click lets me... Yeah, it changes the axis, but now we're like sideways. Oh god. I don't know which way is up or down anymore. Alright. What are we testing? This actually... I don't know how to reset the camera. This is just a quick test. I'm not really gonna steer anything. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just trying to reset because now the like axis is off. I'm not gonna... Oh, I didn't even have SAS on. Let's check steering surfaces. And I'm also just sort of testing to see how high we get in atmosphere. That way I can start figuring out, like, what the delta V translates to in terms of altitude. It's very stable, though. Very stable. Like, I'm just turning it straight up. Heard a rumor this is the home to the best Kerbal knots on Twitch. Probably true, chat. Confirm or deny. We're going 350 meters per second. This thing is nothing if not fast. 400 meters per second exiting the atmosphere seems high. Alright, so without even doing anything else, like... This fuel will take us to 20,000? 20,000 or so meters? Without even turning? I'm trying to get, like, a link in my mind of how much delta V equals how much altitude. This thing is too fast. How do we feel about that staging? That's straight up though. That we should have done a test at an angle. Like my apoapsis is already 70K. So that alone gets us to almost 70K if we just go straight up. Unfortunately, at this stage, we do not have good angular control without using RCS. How much monopropellant? We have 440 monopropellant. And it goes pretty quick. We only have the one big inline stabilizer here and a small inline stabilizer up there. But we did put the advanced inline stabilizer in. It does spin nicely. It's a bit wobbly on this stage. But that's understandable. I should probably strut these. I think I'm gonna do some struts like here to the other engines. Like I obviously am not really trying to set up an orbit right now, but I'm just curious how good this thrust is. I don't know if I'm satisfied, because I still want to add like another 500 Delta V. Think I'll try out Kerbal 2? Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here. Getting refamiliarized with Kerbal 1 so I can actually play Kerbal 2 and have some idea of what I'm doing. For sure. By the way, I missed a bunch of subs. I apologize. Whistling Spirit, I've been so distracted. To the moon and back again. Casualties are expected. No, they're not. You take that back right now. No casualties. Thank you, Whistling Spirit, for the 23 months of sub. Taco Bell Extremist says this one goes out to Jeb. R.I.P. Jeb. Santa Clans, howdy.
The gift sub sound.
Trial.
Howdy for 51 months. Thanks for hanging out and resubbing for a very long time. Sue Bird says 25 months. Hey. Hello, Sue Bird. Thanks for the 2 years plus. And good to see you again. Thanks, everybody, for coming out for the Saturday stream. Colris says just finished a RimWorld VOD from last night. Oof, what an ending. Yeah, that was definitely something. That was something. Slight inconvenience. Thanks for the gifts of the Corey Gaming, who's almost back for 3 years as well. Thanks for the subs and gift subs. Okay, what was I about to change? Lights? I did want a few lights on this thing. Because if this touches down... What? Utility lights. Okay. This is a lander, after all. Do we want dome lights? Or like fancy... That's not going to be very aerodynamic. Dome lights are aerodynamic, but probably not that cool. And that's right under the monopropellant, so like... This is not NASA-approved aerodynamics. What if we just strap them to the monopropellant tanks? How do you have to just rotate them? Or are they rotatable? I think you have to rotate them. I don't know how far is far enough for these. That looks good. I mean, that's pointed down towards the ground. I assume it's going to have like a nice spread. If they have hinges. I mean, wait, do they have hinges? Or are you telling me to use hinges? I'm not going to make hinges for the lights, chat. We're not going to put hinges on the lights. That's way, way too much. Think of the level of control you have. I'm thinking about it right as we speak. Yep, thinking about it right now. All right, not my favorite for aerodynamics, but yeah, we got a few lights on this. They are the Mark II lights. I think some dome lights would look good too. That way we can go beep boop, which I think is very important. Okay, and we have power. What else am I forgetting? Besides setting up the cargo. Ground anchors are pretty sweet. We definitely have already done some of the cargo, but we need to check the crew. I know you can land people in the lander can, but I'm trying to just take 2 people so we can take 2 people home. All right, Bob the scientist. We need an engineer. Bob and Bill. Bob and Bill. Let's check their personal cargo. Their personal cargo, we're gonna do EVA cylinder for Bill, EVA experiments kit for Bob. And we're bringing with us 2 repair kits. We can bring more, I guess. We got 2 extra science kits, 4 repair kits, 2 extra cylinder tanks, 2 photovoltaic panels to be set up by a trained an engineer, so that way they get double power, right? It's a engineer level 1. Wait. Chad, is it an engineer level 1 if they have 0 stars? He's an engineer level 0, right? So it's only going to be 1 power. That would have been a grave miscalculation on my part. We're going to bring 2 more photovoltaic panels because we need to be able to supply power to 4 structures. Those structures are a GUBD monitor, a weather analyzer, and an experiment control station. Does a control station work for more than 1 experiment? Will a single experiment control station govern the experiments of both the weather analyzer and the GUB ED monitor? Or do I need 1 experiment control station per? Give them laptops with Kerbal Space Program installed. It's a great idea. GUB ED, please. Okay, and we got the Science Junior, we got a scientist, we got the mystery goo, we got the scanning arm. I don't know, dude. I think we're ready. Like, I don't know of anything else other than check staging and then try and get 5. Oh, I want a Delta V. I wanted a Delta V. How do I get 600 meters per second of Delta V? And then, yeah, some struts. That's a long strut, dude. Hold on. That's not gonna attach. It's just gonna be wobbly. Like, there's not... It's gonna be a little wobbly, but it's structurally still sound. It's just a very tall boy. Buy more at the Delta V store. Delta V-Bucks. Yeah, it wasn't overly wobbly. Because the problem is we're just gonna need more liquid. Like, 6,417, I just feel like is not gonna get us there and home. Okay, what do I need to do? I need to do something that's gonna be annoying. Something that is gonna be annoying. Something that is gonna be annoying. Alright, what if you sit over there? Are we gonna make this even taller than it already is? It's gonna get even wobblier, dude. Are you gonna sit here and let this thing get even wobblier? But if you add weight with fuel, then you're gonna lower the total delta V like this. But we are getting a lot of speed on the first stage, like 500, 600, 700 meters per second is crazy. But what if we squeezed a poodle in here for good ISP, for like a mid-stage, and then put this underneath it with a decoupler. Are we gonna lose delta V or gain delta V? Once we fix the staging. What? Okay, the poodle. Hold on. Those come off. This goes on. That does not come on yet. No. This goes up here. Where is... Chat, they were at 6,936 meters per second of delta V. That did add delta V, but I'm afraid it's going to destabilize us because the rocket is even taller now than it was a minute ago. It's very tall. It's fine. It'll be fine. Will it? Will it? All right. Add more RCS thrusters, basically. Why is this like... the way that it is? These won't reach. Just don't yaw until you're out of atmosphere. Well, we can do this, at least. That'll actually stabilize it quite a bit for the first stage and let us use the twin bore at the same time if we wanted to for more articulation, but this is all goofed. Yeah, I know it doesn't really matter, but it matters to me. Okay. This is... I feel a lot more confident about this. Because, yeah, we can raise those up. Now we can start the liquid at the same time if we want to for even more control and articulation. He skipped GDB. I know, it's dangerous out there. I think this is going to have to work. But why did we just lose 400 meters per second of delta V when I moved the bore down here? It really didn't like the bore being on its own... It liked the bore being on its own stage better. But it'd be nice to have a little bit of extra control if I need it. I think we got this. I think we got this. The only thing I'm worried about is staging the decoupler of the Pollux. How do... Okay, what if you wanted to put little boosters on the boosters? To make them push off. Oh, is it Separatrons? Chat said that these were cheat codes. A small canister with rocket fuel? Pushing things away. Is this cheat codes? Do you have to be an actual rocket scientist to play this game? No, but actually yes. They're boosters for my boosters. Angle before use. He finally found the Separatrons. How big is, like, the plume of this thing? Like, if I point them this way, is that okay? Wait, wrong? Yeah. Point them towards the rocket to assert dominance. Okay. Should we make ones for the bottom too? He's finally found the Separatrons. Long have we waited. This is just so it pushes the big boosters away. And, effectively, hopefully gives us clearance. So it doesn't come back in and hit the main part of the ship. Okay, and then where are those on this list? Because these should only be firing when we detach. What is going on with the staging here? Is this still the Mun Base one? Yup, this is still the Mun Base one. We're about ready to take a BRB and then launch. It's mission time, chat. It's mission time. This is a big mission, though. Big mission. We're gonna get a lot of stuff set up and a ton of science, just a metric ton. That's why we're investing so heavily in this. Okay, so they detach at the same time that these detachment radial decouplers go poof, the thrusters kick on. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move this entire stage to the first stage, and we're gonna do a test. Okay, ready? Let's do just a test of those. Oh wait, I forgot about the things holding us. I don't know if this is a great demonstration, but just like we drew it up. Yo, this is a powerful thruster, man. This by itself can get us going up here? Stabilization's hard. So the Poodle's not very strong in atmosphere. As you can see. I can't tell if we're going up or down. We're actually going down, yeah. Don't worry, this is rated to land us safely for sure. Just use all the ones that are meant for space at the same time. Test the escape system. Now that's a good idea, right? Aborted launch escape system test. Let's try that. Gotta save the people. It points them upside down. the nose. Oh yeah, very safe, very safe. Absolutely works. Launch escape system. Beautiful. And this will land at about 6 meters per second. I'm curious how fast we'll land. I also didn't realize that these are sort of clipping, but I don't think it matters because this will still be attached to the Science Junior below it. I'm hoping that the touchdown is still pretty light because we're supposed to be landing with a service bay underneath this. The design is very human. It's very human. Okay, now they're in the ground. You went too low. All right. What did we need to test? I think we're ready for a launch, chat. I think we're ready for launch. So let's do this. Let's take it's been 4 hours and I haven't even stood up because I've been so immersed in this. Pramachian says, bullied out of my lunch money for 19 months. Thank you, Pramachian. Chat, if you're just here, we've been doing the same build for like 3.5 hours now, but it's finally ready to go. We spent a long time with... We've got action groups. I've got action groups set up. We got a launch escape system configured. We've got the rover wheel drop configured, and we've got a piston system to deploy the lander, which you'll just have to see in action. Did we lose Delta V? We did, because the first stage is not counting. Oh, yep. Staging's important. There we go. Staging is important. All right, we good? I guess my only concern is the Poodle a good stage for this? 250 kilonewtons of thrust with 350 vacuum ISP. It's pretty good. Like, I know that the Boar has actually 300 ISP, 2,000 kilonewtons of thrust, but it's so heavy, right? Like, this thing is weight. So if we shed the weight, this should go a lot more smoothly. We'll have to test it out. Poodle's good in space as a transit stage. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. This is just so long. I'm worried about stability, bud. Let's take this to the launch pad. All right, we're gonna take a BRB. I'm gonna take the dog outside, go get a snack, go get a drink, and we're gonna do final staging checks, and then get the Mun Base mission on the way. We've got to set up orbit. We've got to get to the moon. We gotta land on the moon. We got a lot of stuff to do on the moon, and then we have to try to get back. Hopefully we have fuel to get back. Yep, here you go. Here you go, chat. Just take a look at that. Why is this here? Why is that here, chat? Okay, wrong button. Yep. More gaming after this BRB. Thanks for waiting. And thanks for hanging out tonight. Hope you're having a nice weekend so far. Let's make it better. Give me like 7 minutes. 8 minutes. Hang tight. Okay. We're back. For the most exciting part of the stream. All right. Boop. We deserve some Starbase jams. Time for a staging check. Stage 1. It's gonna be liquid, which we're not really gonna use until we need to turn. When we need to turn, we're gonna throttle up for the liquid bore. But these SRBs on the side are just gonna go, and they're gonna give us a decent amount of speed and take us to, like, I don't know, close to 60,000 apoapsis if we just point straight up. Then once we're ready to stage, we're gonna press space. These radial decouplers are gonna eject the SRBs, and we have separatrons, whatever they're called, mounted to the side, which are tiny little thrusters that will try to move the SRBs out and away from the main body of the ship in a safe, give us safe clearance. Then, at that exact moment, we will basically take full power with the bore, the twin bore at the bottom. High amount of thrust. Pretty good rocket. And then when that is empty, we're gonna stage again, dropping a decoupler here. Underneath this little shroud is a better efficiency thruster for vacuum, the Poodle. So Poodle's gonna fire. It's not got a very large tank. It's just there to sort of get everything squared away, hopefully, so that the lander itself, which is quite large, is gonna be ready to take over at that point. So once the Poodle is done, we're gonna stage again. We can probably actually just take the shroud on the Poodle stage. I think that's fine. We won't be needing that anymore. Shed a little bit of weight. And then once we do remove the Poodle, then the Terriers up here are gonna fire off, and that's the lander. So hopefully we don't use this until we're at or approaching the moon, ideally. If we're already needing them to set up a moon core, something went wrong. And then they'll hopefully be enough to get us home as well. But we'll see about that. And then buried inside of the shroud is the rover. So we got a lot of parts on this. Whew. Okay. We want to try and set up a moon target. We're going to try and set up an equatorial orbit around Kerbin, and then slingshot out to get to the moon. These are our high orbit Kerbin flexsats, as we call them. They're our relays, if we ever need those. It's nice to have. Gamba. There's too many things that can go wrong on this. I don't know what the Gamba is. There's too many possible outcomes. Like, it's not a win or lose. Did you launch those yourself? Yeah, I made high orbit satellites. and we put them into one polar orbit and one equatorial orbit. So these are the relays that we've created. So we can beam data to these and feed them back to Kerbin. Collect science remotely. Where is the cheese platter? Landed at launch pad. How do I switch? Alright, start this song over. Give me... how the heck do I switch the cheese platter? No, activation, navigation. Just take me to the Space Center. Okay, let's get this going again. Let's make sure we have the correct crew as well. Hopefully it didn't substitute any of the crew. Do we not leave this on the pad? Why is this not right? Oh, here we go. I found it. All right, chat. One more countdown. One more load in. One more final check. Bob and Bill, they are the correct scientist-engineer combo. We're going to be remote piloting this with the Proboto-Bodine Hex. And staging is all clean. All clean. Where are the parachutes? Where's the parachute stage? Like they're not even on staging? It's off screen. But it's 8765432. Sorry, boss, we ran out of space. All right, well, my biggest question is, at what point should I start turning to like a 45-degree angle? I guess we'll have to wing it and find out. Like I'm feeling like I usually feel like I go too early at like 8,000, so maybe like 10,000, and then angle 40, start angling the 45, and then 12,000 go 90. I'm usually at 45 degrees around 10K. Is the ship angled the right way? I believe it is. I believe it is. Because north is here, 90 is here, so we're definitely not doing a polar orbit. Alright, gamers. Buckle up. We want a teeny... Actually, we don't need any throttle on the liquid. Bob and Bill! You're going to the moon! We're dropping the biggest rover the Space Center has been able to construct, with the biggest rockets, the biggest boosters, and the rover. Count it down in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 75% fuel in the SRBs. We're going! 200 meters per second. 4,500 above land. $7,000. 20% fuel left in the SRBs. 8,000. I'm gonna start turning. We're losing a little bit of wiggle. All right, liquid up. SRB detachment. Beautiful. Uh-oh. Emergency. We need RCS. Used a little more RCS than I wanted, but it's fine. All right. Whoa. Let's get 80,000. 76. Easy. Easy. All right. Let's add a maneuver at Apoapsis. Prograde burn. Try and set up. An orbit for ourselves. It's a bit of a janky orbit, but I'm not surprised. Burn time 4 minutes. There's literally no way. All right, we got node coming up. We got to start rotating. And we basically need to go ahead and burn. It's not going to be a 4-minute burn once we drop this stage. All right, let's go ahead and burn, though. I think it's going to be a long one anyways. Right on the node. Okay, yeah, once we got... Let's wait, 45 will be the halfway point. There we go. Might have started that too soon because I was just having to guesstimate. We didn't get to atmosphere, so once we got out of atmosphere, it updated the burn time. We are about to run out of fuel in the bore, but the bore is actually giving us quite a lot of thrust. We're getting significantly further away. I need to just make a new maneuver here, I think. Chat, orbit is hard. Orbit is hard. This is fine. All right, node in 30 seconds. I need to just go ahead and do this burn right now. I'm having to wing it a little bit. Staging. Good, that'll go back. Now we're on the poodle. It's a longer burn now. But I am enjoying the efficiency that this thing is burning the tank that it has, because we've got quite a lot. And periapsis is at negative 70,000. We need that to get into the positive, so we have a stable orbit around Kerbin. So it's going to take a little bit to get there. It needs to be positive 70,000 or higher to stay out. I forgot to detach the escape thingy. We can do that as soon as we have orbit, which we're about to. 57, 60. There we go. We have 88, 85, 81. Okay. Woo! Step 1 complete. We do have orbit. And it's pretty good equal orbit. Now we can chill and get ready to point this thing towards the moon. I say we go ahead and detach this thing. Not the launch escape system. The engine plates. So let's do a little flip. And that's just gonna be some space debris from now on. No need for a launch escape here. Okay, chat, now we just have to get to the moon. And also, we've already separated the shroud to shed a little bit more weight around the lander. So, this thing is being held together with struts right now. I mean, not really, but visually it is. It makes me feel better than seeing it literally floating there, at least. Those are some just really strong struts. Okay. Where is going to be the best way to approach the moon? Let's find out. We're going to create a maneuver. And we need to balloon in orbit out. I mean, that's going to approach the moon. That's a 2.5 minute burn. There's no way it's that long. Could be, though. Okay, here's my question. Do we want to orbit clockwise or counterclockwise? I think we've been orbiting clockwise. So we should probably just stay with that. What's wrong here? Easy. All right, chill for a sec. Relax. So the difference is 1 second of burn, and we can kind of more easily go around the moon for just like an extra second. I mean, we can maybe just like throw it a little bit this way. There's too many buttons down here. I almost wish when it was in this mode, it like hid all the other things. Like all the other like icons and buttons and whatnot down here. Well, this is interesting. Okay, what do you think is the best? Top of the screen, you can toggle them off. How many loops are we gonna have to do to get to this? I think just one, or none. This is definitely the best angle. We don't need to go that hard. Okay. Yeah, just having a moon encounter here is fine. 2 minute 27 second burn no matter what. No time in 30 minutes. The little arrow at the top. Well, I mean, I don't have to toggle everything on and off manually every time I do a maneuver. I'm just saying, like, when you start a maneuver, it should just automatically hide debris and various other things with a toggle. Switch to the moon, then use the third tab on the bottom left UI. There's too many button presses. You guys are missing the point. I'm just saying, like, if I click on this and start maneuver adjustment, hide all the other irrelevant bits of data, and then toggle on the ones that you might want to see. It would just be a nice quality of life change, is all I'm saying about your favorite video game that makes you take offense anytime I criticize anything about it. Better be fixed in Kerbal 2, devs. Better be fixed. Or else. Wrong button. Also, Flyman, thank you for the 20-month sub. Literally why I uninstalled the game. I'm a second away from uninstalling the game because of that. I am 1 minute away. Now I'm 2 minutes away. It's getting closer. Streamer complains about buttons, then we give him a solution. Hey, dumbass. I said that if you go back and watch, I said that I wish that it would just auto-hide. Clicking buttons is not automatic, is it? Okay? Maybe if the devs spent some time over-engineering their game a little bit, then we wouldn't be in this little problem right now. Okay? Listen, maybe if the devs spent as much time over-engineering their UI as much as I over-engineer all of my rocket ships, then we wouldn't be in this situation right now. But anyway, I'm obviously just exaggerating for effect. But my point was, I wish that these things happened automatically, which is what makes them quality of life. I didn't say I wish that I could optionally individually toggle all of the different buttons every single time I want to make a new maneuver and then manually turn them back on when I'm done. Okay? Do you see what makes that a quality of life feature? Okay, now we got a maneuver coming up in 27 minutes. And we still got 80% in the tank. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be burning like imminently because it's a 2-minute 27-second burn. So we need to burn it like 1 minute 14 seconds. 13, 14 seconds, like right here on the node. We do not have a pilot in this ship, and we don't have anybody high enough level to do this maneuver myself. So we're just gonna, oops, I burned a little early. Go now, go now. Come on, Poodle. Let's do this. Keep this lined up. We still have the big advanced inline stabilizer here. Oh, I know what we didn't do. We didn't put the little Kerbal engineering doodad on this ship, so we don't get any of the fancy information, do we? The apoapsis grows. We did forget one thing, huh? Yeah, we did forget one thing. All right, we are at the node, but we still have a minute and 12 seconds left to burn. And this part is just going to be floating around in space somewhere. Picking up speed a little bit, approaching 3,000 meters per second. Just trying to stay lined up with my node, because I got to do that myself. All right, 30 seconds of burn left. Oh yeah, that's the action shot right there. Three, two, one. Cut it a little early. There we go. Somewhere in there is fine. Just as long as we have a moon encounter. This thing did its job, dude. Barely any fuel left. That's exactly what we had this on here for. To get us to the moon so that the lander can use its fuel, focusing on setting up an orbit, landing, and then getting us home. And now we say goodbye to Kerbin. A little dark on this side of Kerbin, but I like the spooky mass just slowly shifting off screen. No city centers on this planet. The Kerbals don't have any urban areas or lights or any major population centers. Yeah. Total darkness. Kerbal with some mods is like a great screenshot simulator, huh? Planet X. "100 times Earth's normal speed." I don't like teleporting to nodes, so I just like enjoying the ride. Starting to slow down. There's the moon. About halfway to our encounter in 3 hours in games. Not bad. Yeah, I'm happy that we added this extra stage. That was a good last minute addition. Now, what we could do is just detach, and it'll probably just crash into the moon. That's not a bad idea. Just who's gonna notice one more moon crater? You know, we've already contaminated the moon by being there. What's a little bit more like space debris? What's a little bit more microorganisms getting spread out there? I'm excited for this moon landing. I'm excited for the rover. And I'm excited mostly for everything to go right. Right, chat? Just another crater right next to Werewise. All right, there's our moon encounter spot. Moving along at a very steady clip. So while we get all this set up, I promised you guys a rant the day before yesterday, and I got so sidetracked that I forgot about ranting. Imagine that. Imagine that. I've been watching too many Marvel properties, but there's good news. I'm almost finally done. I'm just trying to watch all of them, okay? I'm just trying to catch them all. That way I can be a completionist and say that I did. First, though, we need to set up a maneuver. I think a respectable 20,000 meters is good. Safe, but close enough to the ground where we can initiate a landing after that. So this is the path we're on right now. Okay, yeah, we got hour 39 until that becomes a thing. Anyways, it was about Werewolf by Night, which is, if you haven't heard of it, it's a Marvel property thing that's only on Disney Plus. And I was watching it a few days ago, and I thought, you already ranted about that. I did not. I said I was going to. Listen. You have to listen to me. I said I mentioned the property, but I didn't actually rant about anything. Because if I already ranted about it, then you'll have no problem telling me what I thought about it outside of it was stinky. Because I'm pretty sure all I said was I didn't like it, and that's not a rant. That's just an opinion. But as I was watching it, something was off to me the entire time. The characters were never developed or set up. They introduce half a dozen or so people that we are told are legendary monster hunters who have killed literally hundreds of monsters collectively. Not a single one of them is ever developed or given any kind of special aptitude. You know, like even the Ginyu Force, each had their own special ability, right? Nobody has their own special abilities. They give each of them a different weapon, which doesn't matter because the fight choreography is unfortunate because the main characters have to kill them to look cool. And so I'm watching it, and all these things are kind of strange. Like, there's plot elements that are introduced and then immediately disregarded. Like, they're going into this labyrinth, and then the main character gets like a chipped tooth or domino or something like that that says, "Ooh, this means you get to go first into the labyrinth before any of the other hunters to be the first one to hunt the prey. This is an auspicious thing." And then they show them walking in, and then they do a cut, and then they cut to everyone is in the labyrinth too. So it's just stuff like that, where they make like a big deal about something, and then immediately it doesn't matter, right? Like, why did you just wasted my time telling me about this one aspect that has no plot relevance at all? So they do that at least half a dozen times, where they set something up and then do not elaborate further and then leave. Refuse to elaborate further and then leave. Then, at the end of the movie, I was like, whoa, that's weird. They set up all these plot threads, these breadcrumbs, didn't pursue any of them. I have literally no backstory on either of the main characters. I don't know what their motivations are. One guy wants to save his friend, and the other person wants this MacGuffin, and we don't even... Literally, one of the characters asks the second main character why she wants the MacGuffin, and she goes, "None of your business." And that is it. That's all you get for the entire 1 hour plot. She literally says, "None of your business," to the other character. Fair. So we don't know why they want the MacGuffin. And I'm looking at the credits afterwards, okay? And I have a theory on why this little short film was made. And the theory is it was directed by, I believe, Michael Giacchino, who is an amazing composer and has scored just so very many projects, including a lot of Disney properties. You might see where I'm going with this. But the first place that I ever heard of Michael Giacchino is he was the composer for Lost. So if you ever heard any of the iconic motifs from Lost, the TV show, that was Michael Giacchino, and he's very, very prolific in Hollywood since then. He's done many, many projects. Lots and lots of Disney stuff as well. So my theory is that Michael Giacchino was like, hey, listen, I don't mind scoring Lightyear. I'll score Zootopia. I'll score Thor Love and Thunder. I got you Spider-Man No Way Home. That's not Disney property, but it's still associated. I got you Pixar. I got all of these things. Incredibles 2? Yeah. Coco? That's mine. Rogue One, a Star Wars story? No problem. I can do all of these things. One thing I ask of you, though, let me direct my own film. Like, that's my working theory right now, is that Michael Giacchino just did so many projects for Disney and is just so pleasant to work with that they threw him a bone and was like, this is your thing, because he's also got, like, he's only got 3 director credits ever, okay? Literally 3 director credits ever. He's an Oscar-winning composer. But his other director, for his first short film was called Monster Challenge in 2018. And I think he just really loves monsters. He'd have to, because he's the guy that made the smoke monsters scary. You know, smoke monster, monsters. It's all connected. So I feel like he just wanted to make a monster thing, and so they let him, and they let him direct it, even though he's only directed like 2 short films. And it was just a passion project that I ended up really not liking. Which, you know what? That's fine. Like, not everything has to be 10 out of 10 filmmaking. It's just... It just really fell flat for me. And I feel bad not liking it. I'm talking like, I think it was a 4 out of 10 for me. As in, I actively disliked the Werewolf at Night. And I feel like a crazy person because I looked at the viewer reviews, and viewers seem like they like it. I would say 75% of people like it. And I felt like a little bit of a crazy person. I think those are fair criticisms. It was his directorial debut, yeah, more or less. Like, it's certainly the biggest project he's ever been a director on of the 3. I also really... I like the retro aesthetic of the old school. Like, it's... The Werewolf by Night is supposed to be harkening back to the monster flicks of yore. Like, just old-timey black and white, almost. And campy, which I really, really liked at first. But the tone of the entire thing was very jarring. Like, too many Marvel one-liners, even for a Marvel thing. Too many, like, characters I don't gotta explain shit. Not really any plot, and the action I thought was sort of bad as well. Like, the premise of the entire thing is they take legendary monster hunters and put them into a labyrinth, and they say, no rules, you guys can kill each other if you want to, last man standing gets this magic necklace, or pendant. So you're like, oh, cool, they're gonna put all these, like, extremely talented, competent fighters, and we're gonna get to see them all duke it out. But actually, apparently, none of the other hunters ever cross paths with each other. They only cross paths with the main characters and fight the 2 main characters, and that's it. And I don't know, it had a lot of potential to set up. Like, for example, comparatively, I watched Black Panther: Wakanda Forever yesterday. That's what I did on my day off yesterday. So now I'm caught up. I've seen everything except for the animated MCU stuff. And that was a movie that I enjoyed much more. It still had a ton of issues with it, but I actually like generally enjoyed watching it. That's a movie that knows how to set up some side characters, like Atuma. I want to see a movie about Atuma after that, because you introduce a guy, he's this huge guy, and you're telling me that he's an extremely competent fighter. I like, show me. Let me see. And then they give him like the most badass fight in the entire movie. It's like, okay, I believe you now. So I think it's just a big show don't tell issue. There's a lot of missing show don't tell in Werewolf by Night. It's fair. Everybody wants to kill a main character. Everybody does want to kill a main character. By the way, we are basically at our no time, so we're gonna get into position here, and this burn is gonna get us in a lunar orbit. So this is where we're currently going, and this is the trajectory that we're trying to set up. We're trying to get a moon periapsis 20k, then we're going to get to the periapsis and bring the apoapsis down with another burn. Flip and burn, baby. Well, yeah, if you do like Marvel shows, the werewolf show is only an hour. It's like 50-something minutes, so at least it doesn't waste much of your time. If you want to watch it and tell me what you actually thought of it, or if I am wrong and stinky, I will accept that. Or you'd be like, oh, I know what you're talking about now. Reverse Morbius. Also, thanks for recent subs. Proscaliamai, thanks for the 13 months pumping it. Not a Giant for 42 months on my 42nd birthday. That is auspicious. Thanks for 42 months of sub, Not a Giant. Happy birthday. Yanez or Yan4Z, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the stream. And Dr. Mac Daddy says, I'm watching ETEL on my TV and my Google Assistant keeps going off based on what he said. Here's to 1 year. Okay, Google. Volume to maximum. Confirm. I just want to make sure you can hear me, Dr. Mac Daddy. Just want to make sure that I don't want you to miss this upcoming burn, which we're doing in 20 seconds. We've got to get thrusters. This is going to have to detach very quickly because this poodle is basically out of fuel. We're going to start by detaching. This is going to be weird, yeah. I hope we don't run into it, because I need to burn in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, and then it's going to run out, and then what? Maybe we do a little wiggle flip? I'm going to do a wiggle flip. Chat, what did that do? All right, well, it's going. I guess it would have worked anyway because I didn't need the wiggle because it was already going faster. It's fine. Just like we drew it up. I'm sure it's not important. All right, that's 15K. It's a little shorter than we intended, but 15K is fine. And then we're gonna set up a maneuver to burn retrograde here, bring the apoapsis down. Shallow orbit. Okay, orbit, or node time in 2 hours. Grugan, I'm glad you're enjoying The Last of Us. I think The Last of Us is the best show on TV right now, and I'm very excited to be watching it week to week. Tomorrow's new episode day. Okay, that was actually a pretty clean separation. I regret doing it the way that I did it, but nothing bad happened. We have exclusively got a just the lander module now. So this is what we're going to be landing with and what we're going to be leaving with. This thing is nice and set up. Let's go ahead and get two things. I want to open the panels. Or at least that panel. Just to top us off on electric charge. We have a lot of battery bank though. And then we can extend antennas. Chat, when we're here, we're gonna be blocked from Kerbin. I don't think we're gonna have control. Yeah. We're not gonna have signal because we're flying with AI, right? You have cruise, so you'll have control? You won't be able to use AI for prograde retrograde. That's fine. I do that myself anyways. All right, Moon. Take me in. Yeah, a Mooner relay is not the worst thing in the world to do anyways. That would be a good idea. Probably should have done that first, but I was committed. I really wanted to have the lander and the rover today. That was my main objective. It's looking pretty sweet though now. It's looking pretty clean, chat. But yeah, I think Last of Us is hands down best TV show out there right now. I thought it was funny on HBO, like popular shows in that category. Chernobyl is in the popular shows because it's the same showrunner. And I know why. I'm about to start Chernobyl again because Alice hasn't seen it and has been wanting to watch it after she's never played The Last of Us and is also just loving the show. Very good for nerds who have played and nerds who haven't played alike. So planning on a Chernobyl rewatch soon. Not great. Not terrible. Oh, that's a classic line. That's a classic line. He said the thing. He said the thing. But yeah, I think that this solidifies. Like I always thought that week to week episode releases is the best way to do it. Now I would continue to revel in that because this is the first time we've had a week to week release that's being talked about at the old water cooler since I don't know. What was the last one, chat? Find it funny that we're back to serialization. I think that we have been back to serialization because it was Game of Thrones is the last one this is not as big as Game of Thrones. Like, I know that. But Game of Thrones is the last one I can think of. Game of Thrones would not have been as popular as it was without this release schedule, and I think Last of Us as well, because Last of Us is actually gaining viewers week over week. Mandalorian was weekly as well, and Mandalorian did have a lot of initial word of mouth. I know that this is crazy to think of, but there was a time where nobody knew about Baby Yoda, and they actually kept that secret. And it was actually a surprise in the first episode, but now it's just an omnipresence that you can't escape from. So there was actually a lot of word of mouth at the beginning of Mandalorian that I think is worn off now. I personally just don't think I'm going to watch Season 3 of Mando, because I already didn't really like Season 2 and most of Season 1, aside from a few scant episodes. And you know what, Disney? I watched your stupid Obi-Wan Kenobi show for nostalgia, and I'm willing to watch Andor because of word of mouth, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Chat is forcing me, like, there's two shows that chat is extremely attached to, and one of them is Andor, and the other one is Dune. What about The Expanse? The Expanse isn't made by Disney, and it's not Star Wars, you silly. Do you watch anime at all? Yeah, but only the mainstream stuff for the most part. I'm not one of those cool anime watchers. Who knows all the secret stuff before it becomes a top 100. Dunk, 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 dunk. But I do want to watch Rogue One and then Andor soon. I've seen Rogue One already. All right, we're almost there. I'm just chatting. Just chatting before it's time. Just chatting, saying hi. Go back, Monka S. He still hasn't watched Winter 2023's top anime. Correct. All right, we're gearing up. It's a 22-second burn. It's only going to use 174 meters per second delta V. We have 2189. I hope it's enough for everything we're trying to do. Look at that crater. I mean, the valley. Okay, we need to start the burn at 11-second node times. Less than 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. All right, watching Apoapsis height. 50, 40, 30, 20, and go. Perfect. Control locked. Why are we, what is control locked? Oh, I can't delete it because we're... We don't have any comms. No signal. No signal. Very sad. All right, we still got lots of juice in the tank. And we're traveling about 550 meters per second. That's not too bad. I say we just try and make a landing where Bopford originally landed and just start there. We do have a stable low orbit over the moon. Looking good. Just land already? Oh, sure, yeah, no, sure thing. I got you, guy who just followed the channel and subbed for the first time ever today. Yeah, no, for you. Hey, fuck off, mate. WTF is wrong with you? Why are you asking me what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Hey, what's the matter with you? Nose down, full patter. Full power? Patter? Matter? Ding, 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 ding. Chat, we're cruising, dude. Yeah, you got me distracted. I was in the middle of a rant. Oh yeah, Wakanda Forever. Dude, that movie's almost 3 hours long. That movie's almost 3 hours long. It's a long movie. I watched the whole thing. I was up till 3 a.m. this morning. Do you know why Wakanda Forever was the best Marvel movie I've seen recently? Because the other properties that I saw just before it were She-Hulk and Werewolf by Night and Miss Marvel. It's like playing with training weights on. Phase 4 has been bad. Phase 4 has been bad. I can count all the things worth watching on one hand in Phase 4. Maybe even, you could even take a few fingers and I could probably still count. I think number 1, my top favorite, is movie, Shang-Chi. TV show, Moon Knight. Those are highly worth watching, even though, dude, Marvel is so, everybody knows this, but every single property in Phase 4, and I've seen them all, I've seen every single one, has an awful final act. Third act is garbage, even for my favorite ones. Loki has an awful final episode full of plot holes. Moon Knight has an awful final episode. Shang-Chi has an awful third act. Still love the movie and Moon Knight though, because the rest of it is so good it makes up for it. The good and the bad all have terrible final acts. WandaVision has a bad final act. There's I don't want to spoil it, but you've had like 2-3 years. Let's just say that there was a character that they couldn't figure out how to make villainous. So to make them villainous, they just randomly decide to start shooting children, which are fortunately protected by superpowers. But it was just like comic levels, and I don't mean the comics. I just mean comically, stupidly evil setup, and also a fight that revolves around red energy blasts for like 20 straight minutes. Really just mind-bogglingly boring stuff for magic. Dude, where is White Vision? What the hell happened to him? Shh, not, it doesn't matter. Like, you forgot it. Like, that character's from 2 years. They just put him in cryo storage until they need to bring him back. They have too many setups for side characters that they can just bring back whenever they want. Okay, we can set up an actual node now. Thor didn't have a bad third act, because you couldn't tell it was bad on account of how bad the whole movie is. So like its third act didn't really stand out compared to anything else. That's only a 14-second burn. It's not too bad. Okay, chat, is there a MCU Phase 4 tier list? There is. Does this have everything? No. This one doesn't have everything. This one has stuff that's not even out yet. Nobody has seen... Nobody's seen Secret Invasion. I am excited for Ant-Man. That's... If Ant-Man breaks my heart, then I might actually just stop watching Marvel. This is literally like the last chance. And you guys have seen how much I've streamed Snap, okay? So you know when I say things are bad, and I'm willingly watching every single property that comes out. And I generally like Marvel, and I'm not ashamed to say there's a lot that I like. But it's been hard. Like, it has been tough. I did think that, despite my criticisms of WandaVision, I think it was a good show. Probably one of the best, top 3, despite having a bad final act. It's just all Marvel properties in Phase 4 have a just garbage final act. I watched Black Widow. Never again. Never again. I love Ant-Man 2, though. I think Ant-Man 2 is really good. Okay, we got node time in 2, 1, burn. All right, we are no longer in orbit. Just kind of approximating. I want this. It is rotating, so we're just kind of going. We're gonna have this just face retrograde now. We are fallen. We are fallen. Yep. But yeah, the reason I brought up third act is because the Wakanda Forever third act was really, really bad. And what's funny is She-Hulk writers at least realized that Marvel can't write third acts, and then they tried to subvert, and in doing so made, I think, the worst third act of any of the shows in Series 4. Like, they saw the train coming down the tracks and couldn't avoid it. Like, they knew it was there, and it just hit them at full speed anyways, and didn't even leave a stain. Just vaporized. Again, I'm trying to say stuff without spoiling everything, so chat, if I talk about a certain property, don't explicitly write what happened in case someone in chat wants to watch them. You know, that's your right. You can hate watch stuff, it's okay. You don't have to admit if you've seen Velma in here. You can keep that secret, it's fine. You know, we understand, some people just do that. But, I would say... as far as third acts go, if I had to pick one that I thought was decent, the closest that it would come, in my opinion, is, and there's a big asterisk next to this, I would say the Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Because even though there were parts that were silly and that I would criticize, the actual, like, on paper ending of what happened, the stakes existed, and as long as they keep the permanence of the things that happen at the end of that, I will be happy. Because I thought that it was a nice way to wrap up the plot that started Phase 4. They have to stick to the guns on that. Like, no fake outs. That one had the best third act just on paper. The way it was executed left a little bit to be desired, just because Doctor Strange always kind of just says, it's magic bullshit, I don't gotta explain shit, but it was especially much, I think. There was a lot of that compared to normal. Okay, we need to like turn off stability assist for a second. Just throttle up just high enough. Shave some speed. Get us a little closer to Bobford's landing site. That's close enough, we can just drive the rest of the way. It's 40 kilometers. Okay, I say we're gonna need to start shaving more speed. That's a big crater. I want to dodge the craters. Okay, we have to shave about 300 meters per second off, and I don't think I'm going to get to land where I want to land. Also, let's go to sequence like 4. Pew pew. Pew pew. Anywhere over here is good. Okay, we just had apoapsis. So now we're going down. Dude, that's 16 kilometers. Okay, I don't want the moon to come up and hit us. So I'm gonna start slowing things down. Not now, sticky keys! Oh my god. Chat, are we gonna be able to slow down? RCS. Okay, well, I forgot RCS existed. I'm alive. Chat, why didn't I make a save before this? Perfect landing. Another successful landing. Dude. perfect suicide burn, just like we practiced. Do we have any autosaves? How did you not blow up? Skill? Solid test run, Etal. Retract the gears. I literally forgot about the... Easy. Oh. No problem. Barely an inconvenience. Just like NASA does. Oh wow, he landed perfectly. I just got back. So what, we lost one solar panel, but we have a second solar panel! Surprise! Redundancy. And we have an engineer to make repairs. Man. I want to do that over again, now that I've proven that we didn't blow up and I don't have to grapple with, keeping a permadeath situation. I'd... But it is what it is. I don't think I can reload at this point. Everything is intact, weirdly. Now I'm really glad that I added all these extra powerful RCS. I blame sticky keys for it. Okay, to be clear, you heard sticky keys. It minimized my game, and then when I reopened the game, I had to find the window to close sticky keys so that I could access the game controls so that I could max thrust. If you're wondering what actually happened, please turn them off. Blaming sticky keys. Sticky keys makes me feel alive. Alright, we're getting our lights on. We should have turned our dome lights on, like, a while ago. This is not as stable a surface as I was hoping. But I gotta watch my fuel. Chat, I have 1,370 meters per second delta V. Alright, now check this out. I know we're sliding a little bit, but behold. This is gonna make us even more stable. Oh! Wrong button. Sick. Okay, we're a little crooked here. We're a little crooked. Do you think I could use a little fuel to get us less than 10 kilometers away from the original site? Or do you think I don't have enough? Turn SAS off. Yep. We're perfectly stable. It's only one way to find out. Alright, let's run a simulation then. This is a simulation. That's almost enough. This is actually very difficult to steer right now. Up is down and down is up. If the simulation works, do you have to redo it? That's a good question. I still have 1,200 meters per second of Delta V. Flappy Bird with $40 million at stake. Okay. Oh dear Lord. All right, that's like... Oh, yeah. 1,141? We're much more stable. And we're only 6 kilometers instead of 10 away from the other spot. Monopropellant is just draining. We got 86. We don't really need monopropellant to leave. We just need fuel. Simulation downloaded. All right, that was the simulation. But okay, my question is, how much Delta V do we need to get? Let's continue the simulation. This is the simulation of trying to get to moon orbit. Which way do I need to point? Like, okay, on the nav ball. Bob can get out and push again. Is life a simulation too? Why not? 270, 90. The duality of chat. So that's 270. All right, let's do it. This is still simulation. Rover will throw your weight off for simulation. That's true. But that's okay. We'll do it with the rover just to see. All right, I'm at 270. Still simulating. Got an apoapsis of 10K. Am I supposed to be going counter to the rotation of the moon? All right, that's a 33-second burn, 450 meters per second of delta V. And again, this is with the rovers, so we'd have less than this. We'd have less weight than this, I mean. Okay, add 16 seconds or so. Moon doesn't rotate, it's tidal locked. We have this conversation every time. The moon actually does rotate. Tidal lock just means it rotates in such a way that it is consistently facing, in this case, Kerbin. But if you look at it on the map, it will make a lot more sense. Okay, if here's Kerbin, if the moon doesn't rotate, you would see a different side of the moon as it goes around in orbit. It has to rotate for you to keep seeing the same side of the moon. It just so happens that its rotation and its orbit are identical in terms of length of time that it takes for both to complete one rotation. In this case, that is the actual definition of tidal lock. I am a flat mooner. Okay, and as part of the simulation, here's the thing that we always get wrong. When am I supposed to burn to... Like, is this not the right place to do a prograde burn? Because I feel like... So it's like a 14-second burn, 15-second burn to have a moon escape? Again, this is still simulation. All right, and as part of the simulation, I just want to know what to expect on the way back. All right, I should have already been burning. Just simulating in a rush. Not enough programming power. I only have 174 delta V. But we do have a moon escape. And then, yeah, I'm gonna need a lot more fuel. Been here before. Alright, I won't reposition then. The moral of the story. I'll need all available fuel just to get this going the right way. That's a 2-day orbit. So yeah, I won't have enough, but only barely. It's like a 20-something second burn. Yeah. So I just need like, basically if we just don't reposition from the real save, then we will have plenty of fuel. Is the moral of the story. Drop, yeah, we'll drop the rover as well. Without the rover, you probably have enough. But my worry, do we even need to, we don't really need to go back to where Bombford landed, so here's what I think I'm gonna do. I think I am gonna reposition, but just reposition, just locally much closer than I went before. Maybe just like right there. First though, which, it's that way and that way. I just want to go like right to the top of this little hill. Let's try this out. All right, now I'd like to stop. I'm using too much juice. Right on top of some rocks. All right, I want to be like right there. I want to be right there. Perfect. Perfect. Good enough. Rocks will protect you from the harsh lunar winds. All right, chat. It's time to deploy. You know what that means. Lunar Rover! Show us your wheels! Yes! Beautiful. Slow down! Slow down! Brakes! Oh, no one's in it! You gotta put somebody in it. Bob! Actually, Bill. It's EVA time, friend. What's going on? I'm sorry? What is happening? It's a fucking Bronco, dude. What is... Hold on. Hold on. SAS only? Alright, brakes on, brakes on. Actually, We have Rover! Why are we scooting? Why are we Chokio drifting right now? This is dangerous. Beautiful, Chad. It's beautiful. Look at us. We've got Rover touchdown. We've got comms. This hurts my eyes. Why is this so blurry? We got headlights. This thing has no traction at all. Let's retract the antenna. Turn off your high beams. We're going down a slope as well, so I'm gonna hit the brakes for what they're worth. Okay, we may need additional brakes power. Traction control? What is this, more traction? You can just do that? Let's also stop this one from steering. God, this thing lurches. It just won't spin the wheels if they don't have traction. I can't turn. I think I got an idea. What if we just have the back wheels steering and just the middle wheel no? Bill is doing his best. Bill's doing his best. This is like a shopping cart. Okay, no, it's not like a shopping cart. It's a warthog. It's a moon warthog. Okay. Anyway, the reason I got Bill out here because, oh, I know what to do. Let's actually change. We need to drop some surfaces that we can use to grab onto. To help us scale things. Thank you, Bob. That was super nice of you. Okay, how do I become the other Kerbal? There we go. So, we're gonna jump up here. Figure out where we're going. I'm gonna get a repair kit and fix the solar panel that busted. No, Bob. I mean, Bill. You gotta help me out here, dude. There we go. You're doing great. Oh yeah, you're doing great. Now hop back in. Perfect. So, we're gonna check our cargo real quick. Go ahead and pop an antenna. Where is Kerbin? There it is. We now have full signal. Now what I want to do is check the cargo and inventory. Because we need to get Bill the engineer needs to hop out here with a repair kit. Wait, did there... What? I thought this broke. Chat, what broke? Is this not? Oh, this one broke on the other side. Okay, so these are actually fine. Oh no, did I? Don't look at that, chat. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. That doesn't mean anything. Okay, so Bill, hop out. The busted one is right there, buddy. Crew member has insufficient skill. Level 1 required? How do you get to be a level 1 engineer without fixing stuff? That's why I brought you. Level 0. You didn't train to repair anything. At least we have redundancies. Chad, can we get a clip of the landing? Does anybody have a clip of the landing? Honorary engineer title. They brought the worst engineer they could find to the moon. By the way, Bassoon, thank you for 36 months of sub. I appreciate 3 years. Welcome to the moon, Bassoon. And Dig Dogly 69 for the 14 months as well. Hey, what's up? I want to enjoy the moon landing again. That is a different soundtrack. Why are you pronouncing the moon as the moon? The moon is the moon is the moon? The moon? The moon's the moon? Nobody has a clip. Okay. The next plan is... How much cargo can a lander can hold? I'm assuming just the 2 pieces. So I think what we need to do is... If you can't use the repair kit, then you're just going to have to start taking stuff out one at a time. So the engineer needs to set up the photovoltaic panels, right? What do you mean it's too heavy for you, Bob? Bob can't carry it. It's too... It's at least too much. He's an engineer, not a weightlifter. Well, I could have put some of this stuff on the lander. I mean, the rover. I can't take off the jetpack. Okay, I can because I can just have Bob be a jetpack redundancy and then feed him a jetpack. Why didn't I bring an extra jetpack? Okay. Step 1. Pick a new soundtrack for space. It's space time, so let's go to space. I'm gonna go to space. I'm taking chat to space. Clip of the landing. I can see from the thumbnail that it's not a clip of the landing. You buffoon. Alright, step one, chat. Bill needs to take off. Oh no. Wait, are they gonna be stuck? You can't take 2 jetpacks. How are we gonna do this? This has actually become an issue. This is a real issue. We have to do a test. We should have put more climbing apparatus on this. The only way that this is possible is if we can get back up without using RCS thrusters. Oh! Why? I was holding shift. Are you okay, Bill? Bill, are you good? Okay, Bill's good. Bill's good. Just had a little fall. Had a little fall with moon gravity. See? Look at this. The problem is, we can do this. This is doable. But then how do we navigate over to the left? I can't without RCS thrusters. Like, I can't get to the left. You can access the inventory from the ladder, so that'll work, but I gotta get back in without using RCS thrusters. Because I won't be able to carry RCS. Oh my god, Bill. If you stow a jetpack in the rover... Okay, hold on. This is gonna work. He can get some big hops. Like, the jump is pretty big. Where's his cargo? How do you remove the jetpack here? I don't know how to see Bill's inventory. Can we do an EVA report? EVA from the moon's lowlands. The dust is getting everywhere. Do we not already have this experiment? Take a surface sample. 120 science? I thought we already did the moon's lowlands. Did we not? Did we do the midlands? Because that's a ton of science anyways. Oh, wow, you're strong, Bill. Okay, inventory here. We take this, put it in the lander can. Okay, now... Bill does not have any thrusters. And has to do this... Oh. Dude, Bill, you just jumped... Oh, you just jumped straight up! You gotta have... There's no momentum here, Bill. I want you to jump forward. And, you grab. Just grab. Reach out and grab it. Bill, your ankles can't handle this. You're not as young as you used to be, Bill. Thank you. Good Lord. That's a girder. I don't need a girder. I need the inventory. All right, this is our cargo. So we're reaching into the cargo. Grabbing a voltaic panel. And put the extra tank. We don't... None of these are light enough for us to carry another one. Can't even carry, like, lamps. It's embarrassing. What about a science? We'll let the scientists do the science. We've already taken a surface sample, but not that science. You're good, Bill. You're made of stronger stuff. Okay, I'm gonna set up our little moon base right here. So we need to deploy this. I mean, this looks like a perfect spot to me. Plop that down. Oh yeah. Find that sun. Excellent. Okay. That's the first stage. So, we only need the engineer to set up the power, right? And then the scientists to do everything else? Actual clip of the landing. So a couple people said they wish they were here for the landing. So if you missed the landing, I mean, it was honestly like a thing of beauty. We're talking picture perfect precision and a level of expertise that I think most people would say I shouldn't be displaying given my inexperience in Kerbal Space Program. Here it is. The moon to come up and hit us. So I'm gonna start slowing things down. Not now, sticky keys! Oh my god. Chat, are we gonna be able to slow down? RCS. Um. Ah! Okay, well, the moon to come up and hit us. Like a glove. 26 meters per second, dude. What is the maximum tolerance of those landing legs? Because those landing legs just saved us. RCS. Okay, we're at 71 meters per second. When I think about RCS and then start holding H, the second that happens, it shoots down to like 50, 40, 30, 35, 33, 30, under 30, 26. It went to like 25, 26. And then hit perfectly on the side landing legs. And then we started flipping. And then somehow our nose did not, like, we bounced so perfectly if you think about it, because if we had bounced any lower or come in at a different angle, like, I'm glad that I was this almost horizontal, because if we had come in, I think, like, vertical, it would have, the ricochet, it would have nosed down into the moon and would have exploded. But because we were at such a harsh angle, it had time to shock absorb here, and it rotated the shock absorb. And then the bounce, look at this. Look at that clearance. Like, we're 4 meters off the moon right now. You understand? That could have exploded. That's like our re-entry parachute and top structural support. 10 out of 10 cartwheel. And then we bounce again. And then miss it again, but slower. And then we hit the side a little funky because I've been trying to figure out which way's up and which way's down because you're just using WASD. And then if had just a bit of time to try and almost like stick the landing there. But at least that was a pained scream. But at least the RCS let us gently roll down. No problem. And we only lost one solar panel, so like a perfect landing. Okay, well, welcome back. Bill's gonna run out of air. Bill's not gonna run out of air. Bill might get a concussion, though. Bill does not have RCS thrusters because they're too heavy. So we're having to line this up perfectly with the ladder so we can grab onto it. Dude, if we didn't put these ladders on, this doesn't work. Like, the whole moon mission is a failure if we don't put these on. Because we have to get up to this cargo bay and then grab the equipment and then haul it down. And if we have our RCS, or I guess EVA propellant thrusters, we can't carry both. Too heavy even for the moon. So I'm gonna have our engineer deploy. We have at least, do we have like, what, 4 solar panels? Somewhere like, that's perfect. Actually, how do you redeploy something? I want to scooch it just a little bit. Brave of you to set all this up in front of the rover. What? What's wrong with the rover's fine. The rover's got plenty of control. I'm just worried that the sun's going down, so we're not gonna get to... we're not gonna get any science for like a month. Or like 2 weeks. Because we're gonna start losing power. There's no batteries. Well, this thing worked as intended. So has the deployable... oh my god, dude. Like a lawn dart. Jesus, Bill, why do you do this to yourself? Come on, man. It has to be so close. Dude. How do you get to... oh, it's gonna crack your face mask. There we go. Okay, we should have only 2 more solar panels. And then we need the scientist to set up the rest, I think. It would be nice if I had planned this out and put a little storage container on this and just put all this gear in there, but I didn't really think about it. Alright, I'm just gonna have like a quad array. set up like this. I love how he just goes completely limp when he drops even a little bit of distance. Okay, we got one more photovoltaic panel. What? What? Okay. I guess you can get back in if we really needed you to. He could just do that the whole time. He could just do that the whole time. So when we set off in the rover, we're gonna look for a rock and we're gonna look for a crater that we can scan with this arm as well. We need both of those bits. And those are gonna be big science for us. All right, looks clean. We got 4 solar panels on the moon. Bill's the only one who's even stepped out of this vehicle so far. Give me your jetpack. Okay, now we have RCS. And now we're trading places, I think. It's finally time for Bill to pop in, but before that, why don't we pop these doors open? Get the service bays open. No, not the editor. Got some secret compartments here. We're gonna collect all the experiments we've done so far, and I think go ahead and run mystery goo in case it's good. Yeah, the moon's lowlands. Okay. Go ahead and keep that one. Give me some barometric pressure data. Insanity is doing the same things multiple times and expecting a different result. And temperature readings. And then down here we brought the Science Junior along for the ride, so we'll pop the doors open on that. And ooh, just a clean hundo science. Got some moon dust. Now let's stockpile all of that. I'm so glad we packed all this extra monopropellant. And these extra secret batteries. Okay, it's time for Bob to hop out. Level 1 scientist that he is. Okay, you need to put your RCS in there because we can't carry 2. And now it's time to get the actual experiments set up. Are you using mods? Yes, I'm using some visual mods. We have a exclamation KSP command that lists them. Alright, I think this is the GooBD science monitor. Landing is hard. But yeah, there's some really, really nice visual mods. Like, the moon doesn't normally look this good. It's got a lot of textures. We got some good lighting mods. Parallax, skyboxes, the stars have changed. I don't even know if you can really see stars. I think the skybox is mostly just dark. The moon is normally just the cheese. The moon is the cheese. All right, let's set the Gooby D to over here. We brought our own mystery goo, and we have a camera to observe it. So right now it doesn't have any science per hour, because it needs 1 power unit required, and it also needs to be connected and transmitted. I love these deployed science things. They make manned missions feel a lot more worthwhile. I agree. It's also one of my favorite things to do, and I'd love to see even more manned mission content in Kerbal Space 2. Here's our ladder. Come on. Why did you have to do like a Olympic dive? Cool spin. Okay, this is one of the science, what's this thing called? Deployed science control unit. So we basically have to have a science control unit for the experiment to collect all the data. Getting actual manned moon bases in Kerbal 2 is going to be rewarding. I agree. Just having, like, eventually at least colonies and proper buildings and bases set up. It's going to be sick. All right, how close do we need these to be? Let's put it, like, just to its left. What you got here, friend? Okay, so we've interacted with it. This is the Proboto-Bodine Experiment Control Station. It is enabled, deployed. It needs 2 total power. There's 8 total power available. Ooh, so we did get 2 power. Communication signal is 0.99. And it's connected to 1 experiment. So that means that this should be functional. And requires 1 power itself. And now, look, it's generating science per hour for us. And that is why we're doing this in the first place. This is passive science income for research and development upgrades. And we do have a weather controller as well to go ahead and get down and set that up too. And then it'll be rover time. How do you tell if it's night or not? The moon is always out. I see what you did there. That just looks cool. All right, this is, I think, the weather analyzer. Yep, weather analyzer. I don't know if we can actually use this because the moon technically has an atmosphere. It's just incredibly thin to the point of being negligible. Can't believe we're 5 streams in and Etal still doesn't have volumetric clouds. What stinky mod do I have to have for that? And also, how many frames am I gonna get with volumetric clouds? I don't know if this is close enough to get power. I love the little animations, though. Module enabled false. Module deployed true. So it may not work here. Which is fine. We were gonna come here for the Gooby D monitor anyways. Does anyone know how to use a Kerbal's parachute? You should be able to right-click your Kerbal and deploy the parachute manually if you want. There's probably a hotkey. I'm not sure if we actually need another control. Every time. Every time. Bob, you're fine. Alright, experiment control station. Very heavy. I like to get the lights out here too. This is why we spent the first 3-4 hours building, so we could do all of this here. Level 0 engineer scientists don't know how to use parachutes. Really? Seriously? I don't know if you actually need a second station for this or not. I just didn't want to need one and not have it. That's lined up enough. Have there been any notable casualties during this playthrough? Well, we almost just lost Bob and Bill. Like, it was actually a hair's breadth away. But we have lost Jeb and Valentina, so... Rip both of them. 0 science power. Okay, so I don't think the weather analyzer works here. 'Cause... Module enabled false. Oh, enable part. Yeah, it can't be enabled. So these will just be here for the future. But the Gooby D monitor is connected. And it's producing power and science for us. Okay. Perfect. So we went overboard a little bit, but it'll take care of business. Now we can get our EVA propellant pack. And now we have real maneuverability. Wait, no we can't. I didn't need to do this. We do need a flag, but before we do any of that, I need to bring the lights out. Dude, why are these so heavy? And then we get to go rover exploring, looking for rocks and craters. And then we get to try and come home. This is going to be a full day mission. It's kind of a big mission, though. It's going to be huge science. Chad, if we just point the lights at the solar panels, we can get infinite energy. I'm not the only one that has trouble landing. What do you, it's a very slight slope. I don't know. You'd think they would want to weight the feet. Just start lower to the ground. You can't even, it's heavier than me. Well. Alright, let's worry about that in a minute. Let's go get the other one. Shall we? Oh no. That, you jump. You gotta be careful how hard you jump, dude. You're gonna become one with the rover. Chat, he's gonna die gamer death. We didn't take the first break until 4 hours in. But yeah. Alright, let's get the short lamp set up then. Since we can actually take both of those at the same time. Use thrusters to push lamp. Maybe. That might be valid. I guess we need to check on it since there's no sun. I need to see if it's losing battery with the lights on. There's a lot more batteries on the main vehicle than on this. Yeah, that's one way to enter. It's got full electric charge. We're good. Use rover to steady lamp. 8 out of 10, Bob. I do need to plant the flag, though. That line is going places, dude. Alright, I actually want to move the lamp. Where's the other one? What is happening? Lamp? I think one of the lamps just got deleted. Because I had a stack of 2 and now there's only 1. Notorious thieves on the moon. Do be careful. Alright, that... I'm trying to hold it up with sheer force of will. Apparently we did not land on the flattest part of the moon that we wanted to. Oh dear, it's doing the thing. I don't know why it's doing this. We might have to turn some of these lights off. Do the rotation keys do anything? J, L... Oh, maybe. Well, yes and no. I don't pretend to understand how physics work here. I wish you could just lower it to the ground. All right, you know what? I got an idea. I have an idea. We're gonna use the rover to prop it up. Ugh. Okay, so all we need to do, gently turn. Throw on the brakes. This thing is slippery, dude. This is with the brakes on. I am concerned. How is this happening, Kerbal? Why is this so... There's no way the moon's this slippery. The moon is a slip and slide. I'm wondering if... What is drive... Chat, what is drive limiter? Because this is basically going to make it impossible to do any type of roving. All right, we're just going to throw the brakes on right there. I think there's too many light sources is the problem, and it's trying to figure out which light sources to display. Let's actually just quick save real quick. And where do we see light sources? There's already 4 shadow cascades. That might be it. I have too many lights on. More! Okay, but anyway. You actually can't place it close to the rover. It doesn't like it. So I can't use the rover to prop it up, unfortunately. I'm never using... Oh. I'm never using this light again. This light sucks. Yo, this one sucks. Stupid light. It pushed the rover. It's heavier than the rover. Why is this wiggling? I give up. That light's dead to me. It's doing its best. Leave it alone. No, not good enough. All right, it's time to go on a rover expedition to the best of our ability. I need my booster and extra propellant. And we also need the... Ooh, we need to do the EVA science experiment with the scientists. Wow. Good grab. Honestly, very good grab. Let's do the science experiment first. Perform EVA science. That means it's time to golf. A perfect stroke. Bob, your eyes were... Well, they were doing things. Okay, we've already done this one, so that was a waste of time. Okay, let's get both Bob and Bill. Ready for a little journey. I guess you can keep the science experiment. You can just do it again, right? Okay. Just taking multiples? No, we don't need multiples. In that case, yeah, let's keep the science experiment. Oh, 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 oh. So clumsy. Let me in. Okay, you sit there and wait, and then we'll transfer back to the main ship. I'm gonna go ahead and close the Science Junior, close the service bay. Gonna leave this. Actually, we'll close this because of dust. Not really a thing. It just makes me feel good. We can turn SAS off, and then Bill can do a little EVA as well. Actually, hold on. I've already done a crew report. No. Well, I don't think so. Let's collect that. Beautiful. All right, Bill. Let's hop on out, buddy. If you've ever watched the full footage from the IRL moon landing, they trip over shit constantly. So really, this is good immersion. Yeah, they're lucky nobody, like, got hurt that way. But I've definitely seen that before. And it is pretty funny. I said we bring an EVA repair kit, but he can't repair anything, so it's kind of pointless, right? Just, you can't break anything because you can't repair anything. It's very, very awkward. Oh! How did that happen, Bill? How did that happen? 8 meters per second impact, I think. I have RCS on, but it's like sometimes they just forget how it works even when I'm using the right controls. Alright, chat, we need to go find ourselves a moon rock. And we gotta figure out which way to drive, because the vehicle does have a bit of a mind of its own here. Kind of wishing that we did more wheels, so we had more traction and brakes. Hold on. Wait, you can switch to individual experiments? Well, that's odd. Chat, I'm gonna give you guys a BRB screensaver. Because I haven't set up in a few hours. And would like to, before we continue the second portion of this mission and the return voyage home, okay? But thanks for hanging out with me this Saturday evening. And I'll return in a few minutes after taking the dog out for some treats. And taking myself out for a treat too. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for watching. Thanks for waiting. BRB. All right, we're back. What up? Music? Music? Okay, chat. We are ready to rove. Which way should we go? Oh, we should plant a flag. Bill was the first one to touch down here. Definitely popping a flag down. Right in the middle of all this. What soundtrack are we on? I don't know. Let's get a little bit of this. It's a classic. Mun Base. Give me a Mun Base name. Where's creative late night chat? All right, so you're confirming that 4 p.m. Pacific chat is funnier and cuter than 10 p.m. Pacific chat. Understandable. Cartwheel base. At least that one's accurate. I'm gonna keep that one. Let's go. What a sweet jump. You're just showing off now, Bill. Oh! Oh, shit, Bill. You're supposed to fix things, not break them. Oh my god. Okay, well, that can happen. Oh, no. We only have one panel now, chat. What am I gonna do? I didn't know that could happen. He's a 0-star engineer. How is this not enough thrust to float, dude? How are you still walking? This doesn't make any sense. You're going up, but you're... Excuse me? You're moonwalking! Oh, dear Lord, Bill's moonwalking now. He's showing off. I don't... What's happening, dude? He's broken physics. We're running out of electric charge because there's no sun up here. And also, of course, we're missing a battery. We're missing one solar panel now. This wouldn't be a Kerbal mission if we didn't have at least some modicum of troubles. You should have kept going and see if you could break moon or orbit. Well, I'd run out once I run out of propellant. And this is going to use way too much to drive. We're going to get stranded somewhere. How long do I have to... Do I really have to wait? We have to wait like an in-game week up here. We did not land on the good side of the moon for this. Because even if we drive west... we'd have to drive west. Chat. For all intents and purposes, is the top of the nav ball forward when you're in this view? Because that's north... Wait, is that north? Yeah, north, south, east, west. So, like, if we just keep... Like, if I went this way... Why is this so... How do I make this not slip and slide? I gotta, like, keep on the brakes. I'm sure most of these rocks aren't real, but for our intent and purpose, we're gonna leave them, let them be real. Because it's a texture. Right click? What? What am I right clicking? Disable torque and change control. I mean, I've already got reaction wheels or SAS only. Click the cockpit and changing the control point. Okay, so forward. I missed it. I just tuned back in. I thought those wheels were going to be the landing gear for the lander. No. Though you should have seen the actual landing gear for the lander. It, did some things you might not expect. Okay, this is even harder in the dark. To find anything that we're looking for right now. Over at the other landing site, there were craters. For sure, craters. Not just imaginary ones. And I know we need to scan. I'm pretty sure the scanning arm is for scanning craters. Right click and click control from here. Okay, there we go. Which way should we go, chat? The way that the sun is. Alright, that's north. This is south. Yeah, alright, we're pointing west. This is west. Can we make a quick save and just see how fast this can go? Can we just do like a experiment to see how fast the rover can go? We should have put RCS on this thing. Alright, quick save. Wheels? Override and slide traction all the way up? I thought I already did this for a couple of them, but I guess... Okay, what is drive... Oh, it's on override. What's drive limiter? Why does one of them have traction control and one of them has override? I'm confused. Because there's basically no tangible... no tangible difference here. I'm allergic to no tangible difference in my traction. Alright, well, we just quick saved, right? So here we go. Let's get some speed. Mind the bumps. This thing's gonna flip when you hit the brakes. Can we get a sweet jump? Well, get what you ask for. Hold on, Bob and Bill! You're just missing a couple of unimportant pieces. Oh, I know what to do. Tuck and roll. Actually, we don't have the controller anymore, so we can't fold or unfold the wheels. There goes all the science. This is, a comical amount of tumbles. And stuck the landing. Stuck the landing because Bob and Bill are not pilots, but they've been training. What quick save was that? Hello, St. Hummus. Thank you for the 29-month sub. What up? Welcome back. All right, we need some direction. We're just on the moon. Should I just fast? I don't want to leave them here for a month. Let's see how long it would take. Oh, they're losing. They just lost all the electric charge because I was fast forwarding too fast. Alright, well what did I just fast forward at? Like a bajillion times? That was 100,000 times. Oh. How many days just passed? Too much. Too fast, too quick. 26,000 years just passed in an instant. Like, is it better to do another job right now, or should we just actually fast forward? Interstellar. Because this is 1,000 times speed. This is 10,000 times speed. So it's been 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. That looks pretty cool. And we're saved. They just had to chill for 3 days. I don't think that's too bad. Spending 3 days on the moon is not that much time for such a big mission. Well, sure wish I had more than one solar panel. Now we gotta protect this one with our life. How does the panel extend? Emergency battery. Probably stinks in that rover now. We bag up all of the Kerbal Waste, and we just dig a little spot on the moon and bury it. I mean, this is a full, like, cabin interior, you know? We got... we got a lot of space. We got a lot of space in here. It's not just like a pickup truck. There's got to be room in the back because this is like a whole lander can for 2 people, and we're just right here in the front. There's got to be space back here for things. Oh god, this electric charge is so slow. Can't feel his teeth. He can't feel his teeth. He's on those moon drugs. He's doing the like, nya, 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 you know, like gnashing. New voice? I don't think that's a new voice. If it is, it's a bad one, and it should be done again, because you can't say anything with that voice. Like, if you just go, nya, 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 nya. That's not a voice. Evil March. That scared myself. That was a weird voice.
Well, if you take it to the extreme, you get evil wizard with a cauldron.
Ow.
What new ingredients will be in my latest brew?
Clip, clip, peek, 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 peek. It was on 10 times speed, and it's still not going very fast. Oh, they gotta wait out here for this to charge. Longer than my 7-year-old Samsung. Still on the previous VOD, so I have to come back to this. I mean, it's definitely been a lot of building today, but we've been missioning for the last few hours. Last couple hours. There's certainly been a fair share of oopsies on this one. We're trying to wait for our battery to get back to full right now, and I'm still on 10 times speed. I'm trying to find I'm trying to remember the voice that chat hated and told me never to do again. A few streams back. Yes, I think it was something up here. Oh, chat loves this voice. Why would you remind him? Don't tell him. Oh, look at me. I'm a member of this here chat. I love memeing with my fellow chatters. Patrick, with some refining, maybe it could be Patrick. I'd have to listen to Patrick talk for a while. You're making my girlfriend concerned. First of all, you don't need to come in here and pretend to have a girlfriend. And second of all, she's already concerned. Don't you worry about that. Okay, put this up before it gets blown up. God, I wish we had the second one still. Okay, now that, actually, let's throw the brakes on, because now that there's some light out here, we just need to find, not a crater like this, it's a much smaller... Dude, there's nothing over here. I don't know how we're gonna find a moon rock, to be honest. But the crater can still be spotted, even through everything else, because it's like a darker shade. And you can see it from further away, I think. Maybe, I mean, I could, at worst, drive towards the old landing site, because, there was for sure... That's 8.7 kilometers away. How much time do you guys have? This could be a long mission. All right. Goodbye, lander. We gotta go back to where we all started. And we gotta do it by driving uphill. I don't like driving through the big rocks, but their textures, they can't hurt you. And if there's a real one, bumping into it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because then we can just take... because we're looking for two separate things. We're looking for both a rock sample, which is one of these rocks. It has to be a specific one. And then the second thing we're looking for is a crater, which is like a visible, spiky opening in the moon. Actually, that might be one. That might be one right there. Let's go to that first. I think that is one. All right, I'm just gonna beeline it that direction. How fast is too fast? Maybe like 5 to 6 meters per second. Just wait until he tells you there's a setting in parallax that led to enable colliders for all rocks. Ooh. That might be fun. Or it might be annoying. Where is the setting for that? So I can at least test it. Also, I guess a question for finding the moon rock sample is how large are the moon rocks? It's so crazy, the moon's actually a rock graveyard, and there's so many rock ghosties about. I mean, if you think about it, the moon is a rock graveyard anyways. Like, how many craters... How many more craters, I guess, would be on Earth if we didn't have the atmosphere that we have, you know? We're already kind of a rock graveyard, and there's just so many more. Like, that is the thing I'm looking for sure. We should need to turn to face it. Throw some brakes on, just so we don't get out of control. The moon rocks are the size of a Kerbal. pretty tiny. That makes it more of a needle in a haystack than it was before. We're going to that, I think. Gonna slow down on this slope. Okay, we might take a shortcut through a few of these. On the one hand, I want to be topping off my battery as we drive. On the other, I'm scared that we're gonna lose the other solar panel and then die out here. Yeah, if I turn off terrain scatter in the settings, I'll do that out of desperation, I guess, because otherwise we're gonna be here for way too long. Because in an ideal world, you should be able to pick up any old rock that's here. They're all moon rocks. We just have to use our imagination for these. Uh-oh.
This
We're
is
good.
the gift sub sound.
Trial.
We're good. Under control. We're scooting along here. It's actually just like really fun change of pace for gameplay. Like Kerbal's just an amazing game. Lets you do all these things in one place. Alright, it's right up there. And I think that's the crater. If I'm wrong, I'm ready to eat my words. Trying to keep it at or below 6 meters per second on the speedometer here. Sewer Rat, thank you for gifting a sub. Enjoy your gift sub. Figo, if you got one. Welcome for the first month. Thanks for hanging out. I bought Kerbal because it looks fun on stream, but I'm too addicted to Factorio to play it before Kerbal 2 drops. Honestly, I think Kerbal 2 is gonna come out, and I hope it goes like, whoa, these are really cool systems, and it's a very pretty game. And then people are gonna be like, I really want more of a structured gameplay experience. And they'll sit on Kerbal 2 and then go back to Kerbal 1, and then have a little bit more cohesive until Kerbal 2 gets more stuff to do. So I think both are valid because this is just going to have so much more objective-driven gameplay than just pure build-em-up sandbox. But I'm still excited just to build stuff in Kerbal 2 and play with all the parts and make some crazy rockets. So I'm still interested in it for that reason.
Trial.
Someone said, what soundtrack is this? This is, Far Lone Sails. Far Lone Sails soundtrack. But yeah, this is exactly what we wanted it to be as well. Yeah, this is the crater, so let's start slowing down. Scooch our little buggy up here. Uh-oh. I actually just had good velocity. Now it's hard to accelerate up the hill. Traction is difficult. All right, brakes on. Scan the large crater. We do be scanning the crater. That's only 80. Why is this so low? Come back with a better sensor? Only 80 science for all this hard work? I got more science for checking like barometric pressure, saying 0 again. 80 is incredibly low. Like hitting a golf ball is like 125 science down here. And making a big ass rover, driving to find a crater, scanning it, and getting the data back is worth 80? Just go home and come back real quick.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Okay, alright. I don't think we put anything besides, like, look at this. Wait, no, we already did the moon's lowlands, but that's 48 science. And the temperature is 32. Ah, well, okay. We got the scan. Getting kind of stuck on this. I'm holding forward, by the way. Why'd you reset those? Because I already got them back at this ship. We're still in the lowlands. I always end up setting science to like 2 or 3x because the rewards feel too low. That's valid. I set money up since I'm playing career mode.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Okay, we need to come up with an easier way to find an actual moon rock that we can take home so we can start driving back. So let's figure out how to change scatterer down.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
The brakes are on, and we are still moving. All right, if we're gonna chill here, let's go ahead and open the panel. The animations are very satisfying. We should make a save as well. Sewer Rat, thanks for the I don't know how many. Nine gift subs. $5 shitpost subs, and then 5 gift subs to people who might actually watch the channel. Spoonska, Langatang Gamer, Goldie Poke Nurse, and Velocity. Enjoy your subs. 1 monther up to 13 monthers in there. A nice spread. Thanks for the gift subs, Sewer Rat. I said science. I think my science is at default values, and we've been doing good. All right. Thinking though, what am I doing? How do I use I don't know how to use dev mode settings. I have no idea how to even toggle these textures off. Alt Shift F12 or Alt F12. Cheats. There's cheats. Breaking ground tab. Surface features. Surface feature finder. So fun fact, there was one right next to the base. Okay, you want to see how hard this is to find without this? He's cheating in the simulation! Wow, they're actually pretty scant up here. Alright, we're just gonna drive through these, because steering this thing is difficult. You know what? I actually do see it now. Like, I actually do see the piece. And now that I see it, I kind of know what shape to look for. Because it is just by itself, huh? Because it's literally just in an empty field right now. Yeah, without the mod that adds all the extra moon rocks, they're not that hard to spot, but you just kind of need to know. They do look a little different than everything else. Okay, I have the brakes on to the best of my ability. May have overshot it slightly. Okay, we're gonna skirt on up to this thing. And then let's get our scientist, Bob, outside. Go get a sample. Good idea. Deploy the sails, go faster with the moon wind. Now when you're right up next to it, we should be able to, how do I take a sample?
This is your captain speaking. I don't want to alarm anyone, but it appears that we've been flying heavy ever since we took off from the gate. After a cursory examination of the baggage underneath the plane, I have discovered that there are stowaways! Dozens of them! Everybody, abandon ship!
Don't abandon ship, we are on the moon, and you will run out of oxygen and electricity, and food, and water, and fuel. So you have to stay on the ship until it either blows up or the landing legs catch it and start cartwheeling it across the moon's surface. The Moonstone! Moon or rocks seem like they'll make excellent paperweights. They give us clues to the history of our planet and others, but those papers aren't going to wait themselves. Return this to have it analyzed and get all the info. That's 120. Poof, it's gone. Wait, was I supposed to scan that with the arm first? But I guess second question is, can I even do a second scan? We already have a report. Thank you for the big 30 gift subs. And welcome 30 beautiful new slubs. You're here just in time for me to drive 2 kilometers back to, our lander, actually. Alright, what is it? It's, Alt F12? There we go.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Alright, let me start pointing us in the right direction without going dangerously fast. Job well done. That's 120 science. Sewer rat gift and subs from all the way from 1 monthers to
This
25
is the gift
monthers.
sub sound.
Trial.
Superlative simulacra, goosey fuzzbeer, red circle, smelly ghost, iron core, pie by millions, wild omelet, nullify, cap and Charles Sparkley, Toondolahan, and more besides. Hey, enjoy your gift sub if you've got one, everybody.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
That's a lot of gift subs. I love that it's Alt F12 because it sounds like chat is trying to trick you. It does sound that way, yes. Also, Mercury Hawk says Moon Rocks. Let's go! Let's go, dude! God, I'm just glad that we actually Success. Okay. Forget about the actual landing itself, right? That left something to be desired. But the fact is that it's so rewarding to spend that many hours on like one ship build, and also the lander was this lander actually took a bit to design, even though it's sort of simplistic looking from here. We have legs that are attached to servos and hinges so that we could stow this on the ship as a payload and tuck the wheels in and then untuck them. So we learned about action groups to get this thing going. So it actually took a decent amount of time just to make the lander. I mean, the rover. Took time to make the lander too, though. And then having everything basically go as planned. Like, we had enough thrust. Setting up Kerbin orbit went really smooth. The staging was perfect. We did a second or a middle stage, I guess, that had the Poodle engine, and that went really well. We had a moon encounter. Nailed everything but the landing.
This is your captain
Oh, dear.
speaking. I don't want to alarm anyone, but it appears that we've been flying heavy ever since we took off from the gate. After a cursory examination of the baggage underneath the plane, I have discovered that there are stowaways, dozens of them. Everybody, abandon ship!
I can't abandon ship twice, Captain. I've already abandoned ship once. You want me to get back in the plane so I can abandon it again?
Is that 1,500 gift subs from one person? Good God. Unbelievable. That's too many subs. Sewer Rat is at 150 gift subs on the ticker up there, and 1,500 total. And that's 150 in like a week. Okay, we need to slow down a little bit, otherwise we're going to start rolling again. We're only 700 meters back from our moon base. Got plenty of electric charge. This thing's actually really charge efficient. But 150 gift subs in 1 week is $750 in gift subs, which is outrageous. Thank you for the overwhelming support and also the extra 40 gift sub dump just now. Chad, if you're on the toilet right now and you just got listen, you're taking care of business, but you still got the audio on while the phone's sitting on the counter, or you got me playing on your speakers while you're in the other room in the kitchen, you're making some popcorn right now. You might have got a sub, so check one. $30 days, no ads. Chat, since we're clearly never going to change the stupid sub badge, should we just make it that, but in like 32 different color scheme overlays? And like one of them can be rainbow and one of them can be like bright pink. That way at least there's some variation in these. Because I can do that myself. Actually, the rainbow one might, like, multicolor is going to be hard because I don't know how to... I guess I could just do a gradient. I know how to do gradients. Each month, the JPEG gets a little more compressed. All right, slow down. Five meters per second seems safe. I see it! The cheese platter. Just over there. But thanks again, Surat. Have a great weekend. Thanks for bankrolling the stream today for no reason. And I appreciate all the gift subs. Enjoy your VOD watching or however you choose to spend the rest of your time. paid for stream. And thanks, Voyeuristic Vol says, I have a phobia of gift subs. I'm just gonna go ahead and bite the bullet. Fair enough. Thanks for biting the bullet for 14 months, though. Okay, we're back. Let's go ahead. It should be safe to deploy the solar panel now. We don't need to be cruising in here too fast anyways. It's a little slippery. It's a little slippery, but it got the job done. Took us where we needed to go. We got the... Oh, yeah. I wanted to see how close we were to another sample. Throw the brakes on. Why is it spinning so much? It's a good trick, but we don't need to do it that much. Like, why do I get the impression the rover is just gonna float away into the ether? Like, when you throw the brakes on, it actually gets more misaligned. You still have your sail deployed. That's not how that works. Right, brakes are on. We're moving at 0.1 meters per second to the left. How about this? 0 meters per second. Or so you claim. I actually can't stow the wheels because the cowl controller is on that. So... that is not facing a good direction, is it? We still have a connection. You could manually run the hinges. We could just kneel. We could do like a kneel. Or we could just rotate this. Oh dear. Okay, I thought that if I put all the wheels facing a different direction, we would stop, but that actually made me start rolling. Oh, that made me start rolling on the floor laughing. Safety first. How about that? Okay, this is actually kind of cool if we do... If we did this on, like, all sides, it's kind of neat, because then it's, why are these not linked? It becomes, instead of a rover, it becomes like a station? Not a station. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, I did not think this through, chat. I did not think this through. Okay, maybe a little too much rock and roll here. It's gonna be a little bouncy. A moon trailer. A moon trailer. Easy does it. All right, these ones are gonna stay up. Because that makes it a little bit more level. Boston Dynamics. Boston Dynamics. Anyway, yeah, it's a moon trailer now. Whew. Anyway, how do I recover the science? Review stored data. How do I take this science and put it in me pocket? We already have a crew report. You have to EVA and grab it. So we can take the data from the crater scan, take the data from the lander cans. Okay, now we have the moonstone in our pocket and the other information. God, this thing looks so cool. Oh, that was some good navigation to avoid damaging another panel. I wasn't even thinking about the panels. I was not even thinking about them. Oh, yeah, I gotta dodge these, huh? Yeah, I gotta dodge the panels. This should be fine. Let me store that. Boom. Collect all. Okay, moonstone analysis, crater analysis has been stored. Bill? Let's go ahead and turn these lights off. Your turn. Let's go, Bill. Up, up, and away. Okay, nothing else to collect. We can just shut this. We do have full electric charge. Busted a solar panel on the way in. All right. Whew. Okay. That I think the hardest part is over. We got 1,300 meters per second of delta V, and we're not even carrying the lander anymore. Couldn't repair it. Can't cover up the evidence. It's coming out of your salary. Oh, Chad, I think I should leave the re-entry for future etal because it's 11 p.m. here, and it's been a good 7.5 hour stream. And it's gonna, I would wager, gonna take at least another 30 to 45 minutes for us to get everything prepped, situated, locked, loaded. And make sure everything is going right. I don't know what song this is from. This is an Outer Wilds cover. Okay, even though Outer Wilds did it, it's a cover of the thing that they did, so I can't. The cover is still copyrighted, I think. It was not regular Outer Wilds. But yeah, this spaceship is actually turned out to be really sick. Save game name. Take the Moon Explorers home. Because you know what, if you didn't save here, let's say, and you just turned on like the thrusters as fast as you possibly could and then started doing flips, what do you think chat would think? Don't worry. SAS inline reaction wheels have got this under control. Easy. Easy peasy. That's how it probably should have landed the first time. Probably. Either way, I'm gonna call the mission today successful for sure. Whether or not we get home safely is another thing, but it's not like we're gonna blow up randomly, right? Right? But yeah, Midas is hungry. I gotta feed him. I was supposed to feed him like 30 minutes ago, but that's okay. He eats like 10:30 to 11, sometimes later. Whew. All right, chat. I'm going to send you guys on an in-stream raid. We have not actually gotten to raid Avic yet because he tried to raid us last time. So this time, this is the revenge raid. I'll see you guys again on Monday. Good Kerbling today, everybody. Thanks for coming and watching and hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the Mun Base mission. I think that it went about as well as you could expect, considering the pilot error that was present in it as well. But honestly, Kerbal just makes the time go by very, very fast. And I think it's a fantastic game. Looking forward to trying out the second one in a few weeks. It's coming up quick. But thanks for all the subs, gift subs, new follows, and more besides today. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I think I got everybody. And I'll see you guys again the day after tomorrow for some more gaming. We got RimWorld campaign that's going on. That has been chaotic. A little bit of chaos in our Kerbal today. And I want to do some new stuff as well. Got some Minecraft mods to do some research on because I want to do some create, hopefully in the near future. And you might see, I don't know, you might see some Kinshi or some other returning just to check out, poke around in. Not like a full campaign or anything for that yet, but a lot of stuff going on. But thanks for spending your Saturday with me and keeping me company on the moon, because we had a lot of driving to do. See you guys in a couple days. Good night, everybody. Catch you for the next one. Chaotic Kiwi, do not end the stream sub. Okay? Because I'm not going to have enough time to say thank you for the sub, because by the time that you hear this, you're already going to be over there on another channel